Hello, everybody. Welcome to the lair. How's everyone doing this morning? How is everyone's evening? Say hi to Croc.
Hello.
Welcome to the decaffeinated brigade stage.
That must be rectum fried. Absolutely must.
Yeah, I've got an energy drink going right now, so we'll see. Get up at 5:30 to get the little one and take the littlest to school. Ugh. How's life, Ardo?
Oh, you get to sunflower today.
Yeah, I don't think Ardo's gonna give you flowers.
Huh?
Ardo's not going to give you flowers. You just eat them. You're a crocus squirrel.
Well, green is what food eats.
Not like you can give the crocus squirrel nuts. So,
Oh, I get coffee instead. Yake!
okay, I might. Yeah, I'll settle it. I'll settle for an energy drink and a flower for now.
Ugh.
So, did anyone listen to any part of the Valo audio? There's a part of me that's glad that they're not televising it. Oh God, Creed, please don't say that. Creed, if you jinx us with that, after listening to the audio stupid from the Valo trial, I may start with alcohol.
No. It's coffee first, then booze.
No, we'll need the booze to get through it.
Where the hell are we? I'm going to assume that you've been misinformed, Creed, because if that's the case, holy crap.
Oh no, the Valo is just the audio. Remember, they're charging $0.25 a minute. And there's like super limited access. I think he's talking about like a 5-hour video here. Although I don't know who would want to talk to this lady for 5 hours without stabbing themselves in the head with a pencil after the first call we had to watch.
Ooh.
Yeah, I listened to day 1 and 2 of the audio, well, most of it. And I just wanted to pound my head off a wall.
Excuse me. Um,
Um, Let me add this. I'll be right there.
they're actually going to have to break that up in a massive way.
What?
That a video that long. And I don't know who this recovery addict is, but yeah, I don't. Rawr.
Interrogation video. I don't know.
Actually,
Hey, hot coffee. How are you?
a 5
Yeah,
hour.
I just I'm hoping they break the video down or shorter. Or I don't know.
Fixing to say this court doesn't usually run more than an hour and a half without some kind of a break. But 5 hours, we're talking about an entire day's worth of testimony.
I can't imagine that anybody other than her would have 5 hours worth of things to say at once. If we watch her, I mean, if it's a video of her interrogation, it might actually be somewhat interesting because it can't be worse than a phone call where she lies 832 times. But then I'm just going to develop Tourette's syndrome again, where I just start screaming at Letecia through the screen. Oh, Debbie. Oh. Oh. Hi, Nancy. Ugh. Yes, Andy, I know. We sent you loves and wishes. We sent you loves and wishes. I'm exhausted. I was up at 5:30 taking my little one to school. And then I did the horrible thing of trying to nap for an hour. Nick, I've had coffee and energy drink. And between the stream last night and small children, I am running on empty.
Ugh, empty's bad.
Yeah.
Kind of like my coffee cup. That's going to suck. All right.
Yeah, I just drank like 2 energy drinks. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't have any of that. I have to deal with the coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, Nick, I have coffee. Unfortunately, between, small person, some of my medical issues, streaming all day, every day while this trial's going on can be somewhat hard. And on top of it, then having my 10 o'clock show to, palate cleanser, we all talk about things. Because that went till midnight my time. So that. And then I have a couple things to do tomorrow. And I have a Loki show tomorrow here that is like all the gun stuff we've missed this week. So I'm running on empty. And I told Patty we need like a vacation to I don't know where. But I'm going to need a very long vacation. Eastern Standard, EST. Only if you join me, Patty. Although the little one is still making her objections to her not getting her apple because it's cruel and unusual that she doesn't have an apple. Go for it, Patty. Let me get you a link. La la la, let's get this to the Patty. Okay, Patty, you have it in your Instagram. Nancy, what did you rewind? Nancy, I don't know why you would hear an echo. So what else? What does everyone have going on later today? Anything fun? Any end of week plans?
I have to throw a meeting for the Snark Patrol so we can do a live stream tomorrow.
Yeah, and I need to set up a stream for you and I tomorrow. Well, for me, but I mean, since you have to babysit me most of the time.
Hey.
To cover all of the gun stuff, they indicted the 6-year-old's mom in that shooting.
Thanks.
Yeah, the teacher did an interview, and the mother of the 6-year-old who shot the teacher was indicted.
Oh.
So we have that. Good. We've had like 4 or 5 other major things to cover gun-wise. Yes, hot coffee. The trial is on. It starts in 14 minutes. Vallow trial's going on. At the end of the day, they released the audio. There's no video in that. But Nate Eaton gives a summary of what was seen in court. And I'll have videos and lives tomorrow that are not related to this. And then back to this on Friday. The show we do on Thursdays, well, we have a stream on Croc's channel, but then we also have a housekeeping gun stream while we're doing trial for all the other gun stuff that we usually stream that we're missing because of the trial. Hey, Iris.
Morning, Iris.
That's slightly odd. Creed. I just I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, it's Eastern Daylight Time right now.
I just there was a point in time I was going by Zulu time for everything or GMT.
Well,
But
oh, it's okay, Debbie. That's why we go. That's why we go live a little earlier than the court does.
yeah, I always put us live about 30 minutes before. So A, if they start a few minutes early, we don't miss it. And B, so we don't. So we can all talk, say hi, get into it before that. Yeah, Ardo, it's super expensive, but East Idaho News and the amazing team at Crime Talk, whose feed we use for this, have purchased it and posted it every day for your listening pleasure.
Yay! So we're
Although,
not having to pay for it on our end.
Okay, Loki. There's a new
Hey.
avatar for you.
Yay!
okay. You're lucky she's at school, because I don't want to be in trouble with her.
Yeah, well, you see what my new title is.
Yeah, but I'd be in trouble, because
All the things.
Sandy, what's wrong? You're fine, Sandy. Why are we angsty? Yes, that is the beautiful apple rose.
Yes, that is the little apple rose. And she is very cute and she's very sleepy right now. She is a lot of. She is a lot.
Scroll up.
I'm looking.
Oh no.
I don't know about you two, but I fell asleep almost immediately last
Sandy, I
night.
don't see an outburst. You're fine.
No, she did have something to say though.
Yeah, I saw, and I understand. You know,
Yeah,
that
I
was
get that.
a couple weeks ago for me.
Freed, that's gross. Yeah, Debbie, she does look like Lady from Lady and the Tramp. Hence why I had to find the squishmallow that is Lady
You
from
didn't
Lady and the Tramp. Well, Loki found it. I had to
I didn't even
purchase it.
find it. The little person did.
Yeah, I need to put that in a box and ship it to the little person.
No, Apple needs it. I already ordered her own.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Debbie, they don't. But they don't play well and they suck, but it's okay. And you guys can vent all you want. This is a safe place to do that. And I'll tell people to bite me. I got one the other day from you that I answered, Debbie.
Oh wow, they didn't even wait. Whoa.
What?
I'm looking over Sanji's narrative. Took me a second to find it.
Okay, did I miss it? Let me see. Or you can just star it for me and I'll see it if you find it. Oh, I found it.
Yeah, make sure you get up far enough because that went over
I found it.
several messages.
Sandy, what state are you in?
Oh! He was in Oklahoma. Yeah.
I mean, there's ways around that with Oklahoma law that you guys can fight back.
And I strongly recommend that you do because that's unacceptable.
Yeah, you can fight back with it.
Hello, Danny.
Okay, Lurk. Pop in, say hi, pop out. Family is always the most important over here. I'm going to be running in circles tomorrow. Yeah, I'm like, I need to go to like Vegas, run a cruise ship or something where, I can run away. But I can't bring myself to do Vegas since that's where I, went every year with my dad. So I think I'd probably have a breakdown over that. But
Atlantic City.
yeah, but
Oh, I know where we could go.
Where?
Nolans.
No, I just worked there. Remember?
You want to go to Austin? We can go bait a certain Cortina.
No. Ew. I said a break. No, I don't want to send myself to hell.
Okay.
Would Austin be held just to start with?
I can pick you up on my way to Minnesota for 6 weeks.
Maybe.
We can take you to the border water. We can take you to see the black bears.
What are you doing in Minnesota?
That's where my best friend from college lives.
Oh.
You're going to go hang out there for a while.
I go hang out with her during the summer. I become wifey too to her husband.
Debbie, you do not want to go to New Orleans right now. The crime is so bad right now.
That's what I heard. That's what I've been hearing. It's just, yeah, New Orleans is turning into like Chirac and New York.
Yeah, when I was there, it wasn't great, but it was certain areas. But right now, there's like no safe place.
The only safe place in New Orleans is any place outside of the city and 100 miles
No,
away.
it's not.
You have to be outside of the city and 100 miles away.
Yeah, you need to be 100 miles away. Because where I was living, where my condo was, right up the street, it's, been bad. And that's the rich area, like a rich suburb.
Yeah,
Before we start today, I do want to talk a little bit, and Mr. Tolini's here, good, okay. I wanted to make a little bit of a further record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then. 16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tolini has cited People versus Medina, 521 Pacific 2nd, 1247, Colorado, 1974, for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity you can go ahead and have a seat if you want. I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina. And I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at a time, it was 1974. So it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer.
Unless the nurses had
cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallimanis, Gallimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997, holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane, but they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in the, as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you want to make further records, sir?
Just briefly,
Go ahead.
in regards to the sane nurse, I think it's different her testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that. And my objection, my objection is her to confirm that she's sane. I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, but just that's what my objection
Okay.
is too. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was kind of two issues that the court had with the officers, with the two basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're in contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant, whether this was, we've been supervising for years, or been supervising for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had in the focus on the time. It's depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interest of Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the
That's fair.
For this attorney when they're asking that question, I'm objecting to. I'm going to have that foundation, and I think that would make it sufficient for so they understand what the focusing on.
No.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion about insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that.
Hey, Sod.
Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Hello,
Yes.
Side,
Okay.
and Mayor
Go ahead and bring the jury.
McNeil, and Thomas, whose microphone still is not on. Yeah, Debbie, I was 100% with you on that one. And it looks like the judge was too. But we're also talking about a couple of days after the event in question. J-Lo, hi.
Good morning, Mayor. How are you today?
There's one. That's a good question.
Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously. Yeah. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this
Yeah.
morning.
Yep.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
So it's videos all day today.
Oh, yay.
Fine, it's okay.
At least it's not 5 hours.
I'm positive. I can see it's
So we
fine.
get testimony first. Would it be more entertaining than the last video he was allowed to show?
And, hopefully, because
An hour and a half of ring footage is not cool.
Thank you. May all be seated.
I may
Court will
stab
recall 20
somebody
CR
for that.
1358, People versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stay in for him.
We're good to go then. Okay. All right. Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name
That
for the
sounds
record?
like fun,
Good morning.
Nancy.
My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented
Okay,
to
Thomas,
January
let me know what I
2020
can do.
timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy, I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stout disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call
That's correct.
by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually
Okay,
reach
Sandy,
out
let us know
to
if you need
the person that
anything.
ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically
Just
ask
cray
her at
cray
that
is
particular
how
time
she
if
probably
you could go to the
characterized
house
that.
and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
Oh,
No.
just a little.
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
No,
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes,
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
And may I approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stout and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move forward admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
All right, ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
I wasn't sure like what you were gonna be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way.
Okay.
This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little. Yes. And I felt that. I guarantee you, okay, halfway down there. So.
So we were just notified about what's going on again, and so I just want to start from the beginning to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The weekend.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's for the early college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about this Gannon. How old is he? 11?
Switch help it out. That's, I'm attention and that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing the mindset on, based on that.
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, technically last night, he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training and I had to come home emergency. But like he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
Sure. When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So you have Braden, I don't.
Braden, one, so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related, so.
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor is the Webster.
There's a Connor, but he goes to the web show, actually, like, because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever, so he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at,
Yeah, she works at Webster.
so this is one of them.
There you go, Lokiness.
That's,
Ian,
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
Peterson,
But that's associated to
Letecia
Braden?
Stout
I
lost
think
her
that's
case
Braden's
to several of
uncle.
the
I got
phone
Braden's
calls.
mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy.
Both of
When
those.
your kid's missing and you spend 20 minutes demanding immunity for yourself and claiming you had nothing.
when was the last
to do
time that
with
Gannon
it.
went to school?
It would have been last week.
Yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
That
Friday,
can be
yeah.
problematic.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
they changed the new time of the school. Like, it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there. So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of home, because he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a flight down.
There's one more. This, so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well. And they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name? Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because I hear playing the sale all the time.
So they live on the next street over. And sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then, right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with. I just know their mom. Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801. CANBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of.
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
But one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, they're all, these kids are like, they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
So these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of the first 2.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he doesn't never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent him. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we got hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah, sure.
She's about the stump. And we went to Garden of Gods, and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, well, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on it. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through the night. And it was, you were either on the plane,
yeah, so that's
something,
on the way
we
up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was blood and stuff coming out of his butt a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him going to school like that. I'm scared to go to like multiple underwear. Okay.
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
So,
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went about, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog outfits at the pet code. I think it's on Coles, Nevada, exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada and the Coles. He stood in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat, and I gave him some feeding light and stuff like that. Being that's about it. Came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you know.
Yeah,
Another story
so he
just
had
told.
spilled a candle in the house, whatever. He was, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. he lit a candle and was playing. He split the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
they turned a big.
so then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma. So he told me my tummy hurts, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, you know. So he's worried about, teacher said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, you know, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
Yeah. So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And so I gave him a bath bomb because I usually didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no. Absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. That's kind of the end of it, though. We some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left.
Something about.
Well, no, he told her.
Okay.
He told her he was going to play. So,
Which he does.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, you know, where you going? Be back at such and such a time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but you know, nothing like this. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why she said I always like to walk over here and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with a car.
Yeah. With somebody funny that has an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we were aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They hadn't seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really
Gave us information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course, we all went.
We think it was
around.
Putting people together.
Right. You know. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door and they show the picture to Jimmy Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, you know, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He would rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, you know, watching cartoons. You know, sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, you know, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why I had to come to grips with. I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of took ourselves kind of broke it down to we either feel like he's at a house where some of this good stuff is going on. They convince, you know, they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first. I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start that dialogue. So can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So principal, somebody reached out last night. Her principal said he waited up the front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that hey, if you have information, we're going to help Gannon. And
They also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came to us where the principal said he's sending out all payments.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So I just paid to us now. What kind of social media accounts does he have?
So I don't even let him get online with these things. I have.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone
Yeah,
that
it's
he's
in the
texting.
truck, but like, we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that, that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes.
We need to, take it with you? Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, they seem to have a way to protect the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
Or maybe he's somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
That is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's what obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right here if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in here. I think that's it.
So does he, other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just he takes ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem. Other than, I mean, he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time. So
That's his phone there.
yeah, that's 292.
2922.
Yes. Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have to subpoena the information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found it said that police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the thing. And that just he found something on the internet that said that, so it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so
Yeah.
we'll be able to find a contact
Okay.
if that service exists with that. Any
Show you, can I show you something? At
Yeah.
work? I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I was just not sure about the issue.
Oh yeah, he had looked up only one something that was.
Oh, that's, okay, where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I haven't found.
You mentioned a 17-year-old. So, and biologically both of yours.
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be in here tonight. But
What is sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
12212.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to our senior summer. So we call it shared, but I really have this. The mom's name is Landon, Landens.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
411?
41185. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. H-U-N-T, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Harley's date of birth?
51010.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly if I was being Elena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like a precondition of anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked out.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people have been commenting, so she's It's a lot.
Like you said, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that could be found, but it says, can my parent find my cell phone at his office? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
Where does FGTV live?
That's, so this FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, what the kids watch, and they got
Like famous YouTubers.
it's like a YouTube thing that's going on. So
Agreed. You do what you gotta do as a parent sometimes.
but he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
"Ew, I don't want to do like." And
yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom, because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any searchable stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration. I've got you guys.
Oh yeah.
Declaration
actually,
is
this guy
probably somewhere.
It's always,
Yeah, it's probably.
oh, Glory.
Yeah, it's probably something that we were. It could have been things that people.
What date was that?
10315 declaration drive.
When was that? Sorry.
It says Classic Homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Definitely look on Kickstarter, so.
Yeah.
First garage or whatever. But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera
That was the
on the old Glory.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this kind of doesn't make any sense because he went the other direction.
103. I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recent? Because like.
So this is how it was, when I pulled up his map. I don't have his, you'll observe, but I do it when I just that address. So when I click on it, I don't.
You just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office? After that declaration.
I'm top. Bring up this map to see what for hours. I'll send the car down the back. We'll figure out what that is. It's good. I know it's right there. Goes off to the south. So guys right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6. Yeah.
Search. They're over here.
So this here is, it's a computer for the but we're gonna use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say, is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, time would be good, started.
Yes.
But everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it. And I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching for that, searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
Nothing.
No relatives in the area?
It's just us and those two friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt count, the address?
Yeah, so we don't know that just the friend We don't know who the friend is
I can show you all it's said.
in that text.
He said to me was bath salts. Like, do we have any?
So you wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, and let me pull up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think like this.
Oh, thank you, Arda.
Oh,
That's
thank
sweet.
you.
I got another water coming for you guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So you get this details we did with him. He's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that. But then you can read what's part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you say bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, because we do have someone to take, legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away.
And I told him that
Figure out what's going on.
he did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him, because I didn't.
So like, she's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Phillip?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then I got there Sunday. That one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back and
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know, we're probably looking at what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
that was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday.
No, we went,
Petco Monday.
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car, because it's coming.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what. Yesterday was 27. So right at the address. You said you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
How would you use this phone?
Anna was with me. So if it ends up being the person with like the neighborhoods do the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in North Ridge. So you go like the people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address. I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that. So. It's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
For Sunday. He had been talking he talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone first. So.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers trying to spell.
That bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on the plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military. So, I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up, and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like a dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close. Because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
That's when you got home?
came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then, let's see, it says basement motion. I might have didn't set, I had to set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says, living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went?
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever, with like 17 women and 10 families, just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either book on the lady who sends it. You want me to see if that's the address she sent?
It doesn't matter, we're gonna send it twice
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird to hear without that address.
Yeah.
Does that, I mean, if that's like recent or I know we
I
don't.
don't have a way to see when it was searched, I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I tell you, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And, if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he busses with his sister, but
And to add to that, I know you're okay with saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I because of, so his mom and the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live. It's gone through a lot, on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be, certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about? And
Yeah, she always says
for him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtek, I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. I mean, exactly. He communicates over a couple of game chats. He plays a game once, He played a computer game.
This is it right here. And I refuse, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online gaming. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game. You have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
maybe
while you game and stuff, and he likes to use those instead of text messaging. And you can say, you for different apps. I was looking to see if I recognize any of the our son
yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from
Dad
what
is
you
in
use.
custody. He divorced Tisha.
Yeah, and usually,
It was
once
like
again, he's
weeks
pretty.
with them.
innocent
Being separated
by
after
telling
that.
us, or at least hinting at things. And he's
And
never
she's
even like
over
said,
her drug
oh, I
use.
learned this from this. How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in his text messages about dealing in trouble, he still plays
Right.
and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had up something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed and I, paid attention to, what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever is going
When was that?
within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, but like he was on the Xfinity One or.
Yeah,
And shut his
Yeah.
device off.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. I don't know what it was like. I guess they got high.
This is counsel.
Like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious it
how
was?
serious that was. So I told him a story of my brother, which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat and he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see, the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know the kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up and stepdad as well. And his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad. And so he knows that causes, bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the
Harley found it.
bath salts, I said, go check his book bag just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought you looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was doing other things.
So they
like
found
Harley.
a 2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff and she's like, oh, I didn't see anything. And then she had a folder in her hand that dropped that folder. So she immediately text out. But it didn't look like anything was used.
His best friend leaving. That was.
It's kids at English grade.
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
Have we been to their house?
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom was there, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Brady's parents wanted to.
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brady.
I know they talked to Braden's mom, but she was at a.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to Connor's mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually.
So Lily and
Is that
like the friends that live on that address. Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gaplin was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? Something.
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it to.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the bath salts. That was a sleepover. Is that right?
No, he said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother were around.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, I didn't hear the same thing.
But-
Anybody.
So this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Brady's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given
And
you.
Lily and Reese,
Because I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Gapple.
So we also have a deputy back over at the Monroeville.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. to wireless system or whatever, like to the cloud, to I could send it to the deputies. Going back over to review that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that, Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, would have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're going down to see if anybody home, if they have any kids. So I'd say, and then why you would search that address, et cetera, and start from there. So they're headed down there to do that now. So Deputy over, looking at her looking for you over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatello yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, it'd been during, it would have been probably before 14 now.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue?
Donatello, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatello.
This is El Paso County? Yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because he said he said he would text me the case number. And then he said, we got come and go footage. So I texted him back. Yeah, I mean, you can read the rest.
So the deputy that went for the comment show, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was giving it. The deputy reviewed the video. And he does not do video.
He doesn't watch.
I got all the saw here
The one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today.
So let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under arrest. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, I think that came from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's no. But the deputy ran the new video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to have the hero.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there.
Yeah, so we were driving around, I saw a squad car or whatever there, I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to him.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stop, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see anything there report? Video. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys,
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on the. So we had like 400 comments to go through.
So
That
that should be the iCloud
we sent.
username and password for his phone.
Was available, we write it back.
And then,
Or whatever.
She's
So, yeah.
probably going,
yeah, you
but I
can write
don't
all that.
think she's
And that's the
able to-
Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah,
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Hey, how about I screenshot it and send it to you? How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my cousin. I just don't remember where this was.
weird that you got there. That's
Gaplin's behind us.
always a cat.
Oh, yeah, no, Gatlin.
That's way up in the city.
Message. All right, what's your number?
719-208-1406.
So, you guys saw one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's one?
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken at one time?
I need to look back. If you got, I guess, they thought of the same thing, but
I give you a number, I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video. 719.
So.
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here? We didn't.
You can beat over the coming door.
Oh, I didn't say where I was like, I don't really think posted for this house like that.
So I did see he had a whole bunch of emails for somebody.
Well, this is why. This is why. So we'll all be in there. They only let you do the just for you, keep on clipping. So everybody in the house with phones have to get it social.
In the system. Well, our son gets random emails from it.
You'll notice like stickers on Wednesday.
I emailed last.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's
Select all for the.
That's all. That's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did was it was about 6 people showed up, and because we waited about 4 hours, and the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. Maybe you have to run in like I guess like search minutes and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the dryer and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way, and he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point it had already been so long. If he doesn't ever come in to hide, he might do like a play, like jump out behind that thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. And so I did do it. He did it. We spent a while doing that. Went over certain things. Like they walked me around. They were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid out when he goes out of town and it's just me there. I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he used the other bed is like to lay out all his stuff. So they walk through. He just asked them simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would you normally do that?
Working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the. Did it come through on the?
Can I see this phone? It might be.
Absolutely. Yeah, he had one, and then when we got the new system, we just created it. Password for it.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike in that, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside. He's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like till it wears off. It's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be like I don't want to play like zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in his system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking. Because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it Sunday. He didn't take it Monday. which causes stomach problems. So he was always noticing.
Look at that, time go a lot. Now,
I don't even think he ever done it.
it said that the manager of the store says knows the kid. He comes in cooking with the staff. So that's not right. Which we constantly commonly have. Someone sees something and go, oh yeah, that's a kid I see. So they said that they. It's kids that
I don't.
they're saying it's him, but he knows him. He comes in all the time too.
Do like put
So
send
that's
it.
like we don't show back on, bro. Definitely not enough for clerks to know. Yes. No, I don't think it's their place.
It's all this says is this.
I recommend that.
I don't know if that's.
We go get gas over here.
That's always there. Purchase sometimes.
Not associated. I think.
It should be the.
I don't think he was last.
Sounds like a.
So I don't think he was last year. The guy that Brisky reported he never saw him. That one worked. He's saying, yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy comes here all the time. I'm like, that's not your guy.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think every, I might have been.
We're gonna have to like find ways to break this up because everybody's
He's going
tweeting
back to
out.
look to see if this chick that he sees in the store
Like
that
not
he might be
our
chilling.
viewers, just
It's
you
like
can
into
see
the
in that
car. I
courtroom.
don't think that's gonna be. I don't think he made it up. It could be wrong, but it does not look like that's being based on this.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
I do think.
I have a lieutenant and a deputy going down for that,
Stuff, so, yeah.
right now, but we went down and talked to them. Talked to a couple of deputies, so we're on foot this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call. So he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually
Oh.
they didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people all riled up. They were checking on it, there was noise coming from their shed. I think it was in that golf course area.
Oh,
So they went in and started, you
okay,
can see where the business pushed down.
right.
He was not in it. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking for anything or. Calling,
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody and we both drove off and was like, we both drove, make sure it's not. We both drove off and like, we're going in the woods to talk to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, 'cause there's an abandoned shed or something back there. But they went in there, fenced in, you can tell people going there, that's around. They were going there looking for.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying like, soon it would have been.
They just didn't wanna,
Right, right.
you got a tip, you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, you guys can mark it. I would like to talk to, I'm just gonna go, I'd like to talk to your students out there, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They might go on this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
I don't want to talk to my parents, I want to talk.
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoken to their parents. So now,
Would your husband know?
yeah, I think it's like 10.
Yes,
You know, I drove by it. I just don't.
Eugene,
They need to have.
Oh, yeah.
what color is Braden's house?
I told her I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
So come in our neighborhood, our house is like third from the end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is,
This is us. That's Mandan, Rubicon, right? Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden and then Canberra.
Go for that.
We'll be out there.
All right.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over, oh,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
They just,
Connor's mom's number.
did you give her that?
No, we got
She
sidetracked
just
on
actually,
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
So Braden is on Rubicon.
Goes by Canyon. Goes by Canyon. Canyon, yeah.
Connor's gone. Yeah.
You guys let me know when you be down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now. Thank you. So hit your guys up. We got your number. Make sure you're safe charged, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in.
Right.
Mark Shuffle.
I do know that part.
We're the first term when you come in. Anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I'll find another card. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See the time. That's right. Time I break. I'm not sure. Might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor. Okay.
Well, Connor, because he's way over here somewhere. I'll just have him, like I said. Braden does.
We're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for out in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have an earphone. So yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too. Okay. Okay. All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we
Woohoo,
will take our morning
break.
I can have
Everybody
everyone
stand
back
and
in the
stretch.
jury room at say 10:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
Crotch cam is back, I see.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the video was, or the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses, because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19
Oh,
minutes.
God.
Okay. So we'll probably get about
5-hour videos.
a little less than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there. Okay. All right, court will be in recess. Just
All right.
You can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Dan.
And Anubis. Wow. Okay. So what do we want to do now?
Whatever you'd like. We have 20 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Get out for a bit, Nancy. Love you all. I'm going to go make a small person some food.
Okay. Everybody else get out your quippers.
Get your quiplash out. Get yourself out.
Yep. Everybody else grab your quippers. While I turn the audio back on for this. All right, one room code.
Put in this room code to play. XFIR.
Sorry, folks. Kind of semi trying to wake up here. It's starting to warm up a bit too. Seems a bit toasty. We need some more. At least one more. We have to have at least 3. Oh, well, there's 5. Okay, give me a second here. I'll see if we can get 1 or 2 more. We're not going to get the Snarky P this time because, well, yeah. She's at work and having meetings and such. Aw, thank you, Nancy. Our Snarky P is in the office with like meetings and stuff, and she has to people. So probably not. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Loki is feeding short people. Let's go Opal, because he's not here at all, and I at least showed up for work on time. All right, and come on. Oh, we're holding for Sassy. Because it's not nearly as much fun with Schmitty. He's too predictable. That's not entirely true. Oh, well, yeah, I'm the one that owns the Quiplash, so I suppose that part's true. It has to be clean-ish. Let's not go too nuts here. All right, that's it. 2, 1.
Brace yourselves. It's Quiplash 3, the Quips of Doom.
We just can't go into hard R territory. Or we shouldn't go into hard R territory. Some of us will anyway.
And if you didn't make it in the game, don't pout about it. Jump in the audience and get your revenge. I mean, vote.
Well, I like Gallows humor,
Time for
but
round 1.
that's just
You're
a
about
me
to see
thing.
a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head to head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite.
Woohoo!
You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
Dig, dig, dig. And the game is underway at 14 and a half minutes. We got time. We just don't want to use up too much of it typing. But the game shortens quite a lot when you don't have a full house. I came about a liking for Gallows humor the hard way. That part wasn't fun. Come on, son. There you go.
Okay, here's where the fun starts.
I saw a big ball of clay.
Let's break the ice with, if your childhood toys came to life, they would probably say blank.
Oh. Wow.
Next one up. There are 3 types of people. You're either a witch, a stone, or a blank.
Oh.
All right, choose your favorite.
Shots fired. Nick. Man. Yeah, duck would have been the better joke, I think. Yes. A witch, a stone, or a duck. Because ducks float on water.
Next up, the simplest pleasure known to man. Okay, choose your favorite.
Either of those would work, actually. Although Debbie got the quiplash. Okay.
Next we have the title of a mixtape you would make for your boss. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Depends on the boss. I'm still not getting what humor is, but okay. I'm completely with you there, Hot Coffee.
Next,
Cheating, Nancy.
you know it's a party when someone shows up with blank. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Okay, then. That's a thing. All right. And split decision.
And next is the next hit dating reality series, Love is Blank.
Oh.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Wow, you people are in a mood. Oh, wow. Oh, poor Sassy. Get him, Debbie.
We made it through round 1 in one piece. Let's see if your score did.
Okay, McNo in front after 1 round. Let's have round 2.
Feeling warmed up? Good, because it's time for round 2.
You can see that in Mexico. Oh, boy.
Doubled, I say.
Home of the Mexican house rat. Ay, Chihuahua. Worst amongst household pests. Her grandmother had a Chihuahua. Yeah, the Chihuahua was still breathing, but that dog was just weird, even by Chihuahua standards. I still want to know why I was the one that had to keep feeding that dog her meds. Because that shit hurt every time. Huh? That's good. Hey, right on.
Oh, I am so ready for this next part. Leading off, a prank Abe Lincoln loved to play at the White House. Make your vote count.
Oh. Short sheeting the Lincoln bedroom.
And here we have what actually happens to that uneaten half of a donut in the office break room. Now it gets real. What's your favorite?
Why would there be half a donut? I don't know. Oh!
Next on the docket, the most disappointing last line of a mystery novel, probably. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Yikes. Yeah, I think that jar is empty or as close as we're going to be. Eel? Well, yeah, probably should make it go away. Yeah, that would work. That would be very disappointing.
And now, a good sign that you're going to be kicked out of the Justice League. Time to pick the one you like best.
Okay. Who's the Simpsons fan? One of you is. I can tell.
Let's see the next one. A sort of bad thing you
Yeah.
wish on your second worst enemy. All right, people, it's voting time.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the whole Portuguese thing. I think. Squirrel fever. Oh dear. I try not to make the victim sick. Wouldn't be. We can't have them be sick, go to hell, and be sick. It takes the sport out of the whole thing.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
One of those is the safety quip. The other is silly. Because I like that. Then I like silly. Oh no! I was wrong about the quip. I was wrong about the safety quip. I expected that result though.
Goodbye, round 2, and hello, scores.
Ooh, side in the front.
And now for
And Nikki's all the way in the rear.
You've been quipping towards. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Make me proud.
Something wrong with the sound? We should have sound. Have you guys not been hearing the game? Because I'm not muted.
Alex, now or you're not going to get video game play. If you're going to lose out on video game time or any game time, you don't forget.
Huh. Can everybody else hear the game?
So excuse me this.
Well, that part's on. Huh. Nick can hear the game. Maybe Loki can hear it.
Just a few seconds left.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
Hope you got him in on time. Are you ready for magic? 3 commandments that didn't make the cut. And now pick your favorite.
It's okay, Debbie. The millennials tend to do the weird, I don't know which word I'm actually looking for. Ooh. I'm not sure I'd want eternal
The
life.
3 steps to a perfect
Get
surgery.
boring after a while.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
I agree.
The 3 most annoying habits in the world. Okay, choose your favorite.
Ooh.
Take a deep breath and behold the final scores.
I see how it is. I leave for 5 seconds and Patty appears. I see how it is.
And hot coffee and Nancy for the win. Congratulations to the hot coffee. You did great. See, you didn't
Here we go.
this time.
Brilliant.
There were some good ones. Okay, and the court be back. So I'm going to do that.
Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
And
just,
there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but it's easy, but
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
Are we like having like a how to
It's gonna be a disaster.
tech talk?
It just is that camera's view when it automatically reboots up and starts again. Every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so you have to zoom it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't. All rise for the jury, please.
5-hour-long video, Patty.
Yeah, that's gonna not end well.
Hopefully it is better than the driveway video.
Well, this is supposed to be an interrogation, so it probably won't be all bad.
Mm-mm.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Court will recall 20 CR 1358.
I would
versus
say I
Letecia
have
Stout.
hope, but after her
Mr.
first
Allen?
phone call,
Thank you, Art.
5
So
hours
after
of
we had a
rambling
chance
like
to
that?
watch
Damn.
that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into what actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the Switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation
gonna,
with the defendant at
not
that
that
Starbucks
you'll
on
ever be
January
able to, but I
28th,
wonder if they're gonna make her
is this
owe
essentially the fourth
restitution
time
or
at
something.
least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Thoughts,
Yes.
Croc?
What?
I'm saying.
What was her demeanor like?
wasting
I guess
resources.
because we can only hear
Almost sounds like
what
they're
is
going
being
to
said.
ask for
What were her outward demeanor
monetary
expressions like?
repayment.
Were they normal?
They
She
might
said
do
it was
that.
directly.
And I would.
I mean,
I
she'll
would do
never
that.
be
Did she
able
ever
to pay
change
it, but
personalities while you were with
I
her
feel
during
like
this recorded
try and get restitution
interaction?
from her.
No, she did not.
Was her
Well,
personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Take their,
Yes, it was.
canteen funds as she works.
Well, she's not going to be allowed to work. She's going to be PC.
And I guess she's screwed.
No one's going to let her out. She was
And then there was
$5 an
reference
hour.
to, by the defendant, there was reference
Look
to
at Dahmer.
ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
by comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes.
Was he able to find it?
He was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes.
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
Yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 PM, did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay, if I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes.
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes.
Did she accept or what happened?
She declined.
I'm going to retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 PM, is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Aaron, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move forward admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
Are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out, I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything good, so I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because, my child couldn't leave, I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave, so how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have anything, any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
But why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they were rhythmic.
Okay. Sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening
Could
at
you
Starbucks.
not act any
how would you
more
describe
guilty?
that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she was, she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you.
As long as it's not like that first phone call.
Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
And then just because you're in
Are
here
you
and you're
trying to make me lose
in our
it,
building
Screen?
and
Oh my
stuff, do you mind if I
God.
just pat you down really quick? We hug. I need you to face that way for me. If you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Just a phone. Anything in your purse? Probably. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Right, it's just have a seat on the couch. We'll be right back with you. Thanks.
Okay, bored now. Already bored.
Croco, we might as well start snorting
Just
pixie
while we're actually
sticks.
watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I
All
normally.
right. That's your call.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep? I haven't eaten today. Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff. I would love that. What would you like? I've got some pizza Hot Pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito. Hot Pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't. No, we can get you something. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that? You have diet? We searched high and low for diet. There's no diet. I'll take a regular Coke. Thank you. All the vending machines are even sold out. Thank you so much for getting that. Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that judged. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. Right. I work with a couple different people. Okay. You're like in charge of. No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here. Right. So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay. No problem. Where did you park? Did you park in the garage? Mm-hmm. The garage that's right behind our building? I got a parking ticket, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on that validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay. Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan. It's a Volkswagen Tiguan? Yeah. Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just going to go through my normal spiel with you. Okay. I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things. Okay. Right. So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave. Okay. You just have to let me know that you want to leave. Right. Because I need to escort you out of the building. Okay. If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay, I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you, okay, so that I can help you. Mm-hmm. Okay, because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I know have a question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? I'm just asking. Yeah. So this because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah, okay. And so it is not our common practice to go and be releasing stuff like that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station, and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights. Right. Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. Mm-hmm. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Even if you know you're not guilty.
Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. Mm-hmm. If you'll sign that for me.
We Mirandize plenty of people that are completely innocent.
Sorry, that's
just the down the road. There can never.
I gotta be watching. It doesn't like to work for me.
Still,
it's 12:10. Thank you.
You should have a lawyer.
So,
if Miranda is a
because I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone. We texted. We've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get let's start from the basics. Okay. Who you are? You have your ID? Yeah. In your purse?
I can only do so much because it's
what are they?
The quartz volume on
is that
top
a new
of the video.
Like a Quay brand?
Miranda,
they're really good. They're better than the Michael
Even
Kors.
if they're not Mirandizing you. You probably should contemplate a lawyer if they
Okay.
want to talk to you, even
Your-
if you know you're innocent.
The next thing you do is STFU.
I know this is your South Carolina ID. Thank you so much. What's your middle name? Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin. Hardin.
How's
Yes.
that, Croc?
Okay, and that's your maiden name. All right. Let me just write downstairs the deal number. Have a given middle name? Lynn. Lynn. Lyn? Yes, ma'am. There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you? 843 655-7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be like so good. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that? Tecia, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com. Are you on any social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram? Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got like my Facebook back because we didn't have for like 2 years. So I do have a Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly like a travel YouTube type thing. Okay, what's Facebook? It's just my name. Is it Letecia or Tisha? It's under Tisha. I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha? Oh, actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT. Is it your same last name? Stauch. Yeah, because I really don't like, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because people are saying your name wrong. No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up just to put T. What do you want me to call you? You can call me Tisha, which is my Tisha. Okay. You know, we always have a name we don't like or something. And you said Instagram. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stout. Dr. what? Stout. Is it spelling of your last name? Okay. Because I have my doctorate degree in education. Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate. All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything. It's 6627 Mandan Drive. Mandan Drive. And then 80925. And where are you working? Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore. So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant. You know, I just like to travel. But my goal was to like teach online too and do the flight attendant, so I could do both. Sure. So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that. Okay, so you're more of a substitute. Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right? It's hard because I did special ed for so long, but that's what my doctorate in, and then you're like, oh, like you try to help so many people, and it's just hard. All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit? Well, have you been picked up by them yet? Well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, I just got one yesterday from SkyWest. Oh, okay. And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver. So you can actually like work there and I could do both at the college. So I was going to, I thought it was vibrate. I was going to do like Pikes Peak and like, I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. Mm-hmm.
I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that Skywest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know.
Right.
So you could come home all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah. So
it's scary. Like,
pretty
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but you know, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of in a self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like
that's fine.
Drives me crazy. But yeah, look at so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, you know, transitioning from education and never having like another career. And then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you're a flight attendant, you know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so
my niece is actually a flight attendant. So for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
That's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that.
And apparently it's really hard to get into because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
yeah, and like the training is so, you think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow, and that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
so like. And let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley. And Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me. Mm-hmm. So like she just joined the Air Force. So like I know she's going to have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but you know, like she's not ready yet, mature. Like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was like talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so just in case you were like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody, and take care of. So.
Oh, she's your baby, right?
Yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So, I understand. So, initially, you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So, like, he like raped his sister. Mm-hmm. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you.
This
If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be
silence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through.
You're just like hanging yourself with a rope over and over here, honey.
Sunday into Monday, okay. and be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my caper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. We crazy thing is like it's always like you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go, we gotta burn calories. Excuse me, all those type of things. Then he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower, so I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So going through the night, we were just doing like a regular random. I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both.
Yeah, we used to be doing like random
Because
things
at
around
this
the
point,
house.
they
It's
don't know
Sunday,
if
no
he is,
football,
they're not
and
positive he is
I mean, I
dead,
don't know like
and they
specific
don't know where
every
the
little
body
detail we
is.
did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and an English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Jana wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list and prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. Well, we didn't do that with her, but in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it's kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to. It was like a, not necessarily bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping. It's like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room. The alarm is in her room. And I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in here.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm. So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, you know, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, you know, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, you know. So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement has, so if you walk down the basement, there's a sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I said, I gave her keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait? Right. So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they were. I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, you know, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon, and then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 quilts and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, you know, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't going to keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we break the carpet, you know, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's going to get in trouble and da-da-da-da-da. So, you know, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like, me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were a little like worried about it, and he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there, plus some hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up, and Gannon he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped, and everybody went to bed and yada yada yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night. Okay. And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Maybe I say that because I was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke mark. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that, I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpets or kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like, how is it?
Well, really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see, I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because the visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was going to, because, like upholstery for the couch, that was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So,
okay.
So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and that. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You'd mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts, there's color. What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in the.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet.
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. Your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage and B. Mm-hmm. So who went on the hike?
And so it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, again, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is if that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's not going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon, and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walk Lena out, because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walked Lena out to the like front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop, and she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little, because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55, still early, take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like, this is the plan, like, go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in, like, his room is downstairs, it's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had, like, marks, like, on his arm, and they were actually, like, peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if, like, they start, like, because burns are sitting there, I don't know if they started, like, peeling, like, overnight, or, like, whatever. And he has, like, really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or, like, things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like, anything that's, like, loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if, like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean, like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying, like, as in burns, like, on your skin. I guess when, like, like, pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So, like, on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was, like, freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arm were like that. Crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm, like, very, like, I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to, like, really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because, like, he's going to kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay. Like, there was blood. And, like, he had on his arm. And as it was peeling, I should have called. Where did they have blood at? I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns. But I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some, like, aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it. As far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying, like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of, like, peeling it. Like, like, it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like, blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm, like, holding him, and I had blood. I mean, and when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean, like, dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not, like, give you that thought process. Because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big flame,
even if you call the ER, we won't give you a
there
place.
There was blood. So I was just so, like freaked out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Where's the blood at? So the blood was on his arm,
and
on his
almost never bleed.
sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arm, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess, from, like, sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put, like, garnish the. Am I saying that? Garnish the wrap thing. But a wrap thing, and I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets
garnish,
better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours.
Because garnish is different.
Because I did look online, and it said, like, if it turns a yellow color, that it could be infected or whatever. And I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was, like, neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow-up with him. Okay. Right. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm pacing the house, and I know there's two things I got to fix, And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to see a picture in my mind of how I'm, like, afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that.
Okay.
So number one, I was like, I need to I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, like, assess. Like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay. I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute.
And she's been left alone again. That's at least something.
No, Debbie, it wouldn't have been a CPS call. It's an easy explain. Kids burn themselves. No, burns hurt like hell, even after the initial period. If it's what we call a superficial burn, that like sunburn, it hurts for a day or whatever. But anything that's causing like true blisters, like actual
All right,
blisters,
ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone
This
back
partial
in the jury room at
thickness,
say
those hurt for
1:20, we should
days.
be able to start this afternoon
or
on time.
full
What
thickness
we're going
don't
to do is
blister,
I've been
and
talking
they
with the
burn through
attorneys,
the
and
nerves, so they don't hurt.
when we come back, there's still going to be about
But
3 hours and 20 minutes or
she
so
wouldn't
of the
hear
video
when it
to
comes
go.
CPS.
We
It's
will
a
take another
perfectly
break
logical
during that. That's just too long to
explanation
have you
for what a
sitting.
kid did.
So we will take another break during
Unless
that,
there was
but
another
that's what you can
pattern of
expect when
abuse
you
or
come
other
back.
injuries.
So if you want to bring
Debbie,
beverages
I
or
don't know how
something like
long you've
that,
been out of
feel
that
free to do that so
hospital,
that
but
you have
I
something
know
to
current
drink. It seems like
national.
it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering
And
64
they'll talk
degrees.
to the kid, and
But it's a
the doc
little
will
bit
talk to the
warmer
kid.
now, so and I expect it will be this
And if
afternoon as
they're like,
well.
"Yeah, I spilled a
So
candle on
anyway, we will
myself."
see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury,
Okay.
please.
Kids do it. We called CPS for every single thing like that. No. But they don't bleed. And more than they hurt. Near drowning, yes. Burns usually has to be
something
in an
serious.
area the child can't plausibly explain,
Thank you,
like on
ma'am.
their
See, the
back,
record should reflect the jury has left the
or
courtworm. Is there anything we need to take
over
up
a
outside the
certain
presence of the
percentage of
jury at this point
surface
in time?
area.
Prosecution?
No, you are.
Defense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. all right.
Debbie.
See everybody back.
Yeah,
So good.
it's got to be in like an area they couldn't do it. Has a weird pattern, like you've been dipped. Nothing like the injuries described. Well, I can't tell you, not anymore.
So,
Okay. Are we up for games now that we've got lunchtime?
You can put games on.
All right. So who wants what for a game?
Debbie, but that's over a certain surface area from pulling something down and them not being watched. What what they're describing is little burns on like the arm, not burns in a pattern that would be concerning. Whatever people want to play, Croc.
Splatter burns. Is that what you're talking about? Splatter burns?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like if it's a glove burn or like they've been dipped or stuff like that, or it looks like something was pulled down on them. But I mean, he was playing with candle wax. in a small little tiny fire. They're not calling CPS for that.
Okay, so there has been a request for trivia. We have trivia here.
The ER doc would have to like make a special request based on circumstance in situations like they're describing.
Okay. Let's get your room code, guys.
The room code is XQIT.
X-ray, Quebec, India Tango.
Hi, Sanji.
Hey, Sanji.
Hey, 4 already. Come on. Let's have some Loki and some Patty.
No, you need to play Croc.
Huh?
No, you need to play Croc. Get in there.
Oh,
come on, Croc.
Yeah. We got some.
I know it's horrible.
Yes, I know, because I have to open up a whole new window and everything.
The horrors.
Come on, Loki.
Loki's multitasking. She can't.
Yeah, Patty's multitasking too. What's your point?
Yeah. Uh-oh, Nick is asking.
Maybe after I finish what I'm doing right here, but I can't with what I'm doing right now.
I am a fish. Honestly, Sandy, they do it randomly. Okay, so I have to put this window here so I can monitor all the things. Oh, that's
Do I have
okay.
time
Nick
to go
was-
get a drink? Perhaps some hammock.
We're waiting to see how. I'm wondering how long it's going to take Loki to finish what she's doing. Oh yeah, I probably will too. What's wrong with your email, Sanji? Probably the same thing that's wrong with my email. People keep stuffing it full of shit.
Sanji, there's worse things you could watch. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong spots, Croco.
Oh.
I know, stop it.
Fix it.
I did call it. I knew I was going to be in meetings till 1.
Yeah, well.
Still working on stuff, but you know, it's all good. I did listen this morning, and wow, I feel so sorry for that poor detective that's now a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
I used to be a stay-at-home mom too after dealing with that crap.
Yeah. I was just about to say that.
Yes.
What?
No, he's not in your room, but he's outside of. Was straight outside the room.
Sanji, A watched pot never boils. Just saying. Walk away from the computer.
Now he should play Trivia Murder Party with us because he's the one that asked for it.
Well, yeah. Hello. And we have room for one more. So
And we do have room for.
jump
Well,
there, son.
he's in the VIP slot. He was first.
Oh, well.
And if you're not on top of that email right off the bat, then nobody's going to care if it waits 20 minutes.
Nobody's gonna care if you wait 24 hours.
All right. Are we prepared to give up on Loki getting done with her thing quickly, or do we want to give her another couple?
No. Loki's not going to be done for like at least 15 minutes, and
Okay.
Loki's handling something ERT related.
Okay. Okay. So, do we have anybody else? Come on, one more. No. Go ahead, Gwen.
Just press the go button.
Sold. Okay. My
computer's locked up. Oh, it helps if I'm in the right section. There we go.
Sajibora. I am a fish. Which in theory is actually still true. According.
Welcome to my murder hotel. Let's not waste any time, shall we? First question. Whose commercials rudely keep asking about the contents of my wallet? Use your device to answer the question.
Right, device. Go for it. I'd love to be haunted by you, Sandy. That would actually be entertaining.
And the correct answer is, who got the question right?
I did. Oh, and Nick
Which means only you. It's time. Welcome to the killing room.
Hack! Sandy said boo.
It's my old favorite, chalices. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
Ooh. Eeny, meeny, miny, poop.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. Hot tip. A poison chalice will kill you.
Super pro tip. Come on, Nick. Pick.
Salud. Now let's see what you drink.
Of course.
It's refreshing and toxic.
Woohoo.
Sorry, Nick. Not sorry.
Why do that? With this group, that one always gets picked.
So I haven't said hello to Sod, and I haven't said hello to Sandy, and I haven't said hello to Debbie. And Sandy, I'm sending you hugs because I know you had a hard day yesterday with your mama.
If you're in the audience, you need to answer too.
And hi, Sanji. Your email will come through when it's supposed to come through. Yeah, I said hi to Snarky P first thing this morning when I saw her in the mirror.
Yep.
It's pretty bad when you say hello to yourself in the morning and your self goes, "Hey, you need coffee."
Ooh, coffee.
Yes.
Genghis Khan never got that far south.
The rest of you.
Guess not.
Welcome back to the killing room.
The killing room.
Alexander the Great got elephants from there.
You're going to get a gift.
Did he?
Presents.
I like that one.
Sanji's we're gonna set us up. We're gonna set Sanji up the bomb.
Knowing my luck, I got the bomb.
Nope.
Oh, I got
Debbie
money.
got a hat.
Debbie got a hat. Sorry, Debbie.
It'd be a problem.
Oh, so you finally returned from the grocery store, huh, Father? I don't care who wins, as long as it's not you.
But does Debbie continue to wear the hat? Oh, she does.
She'll wear that hat till she gets cream.
Let's try another one.
Then she'll pass it
What's
to
the
Sanji.
calorie? And why can't I stop consuming them?
What is a calorie? Something I consume on a huge level. Calories are delicious.
Very. And funnily enough, required for metabolism.
Who picked this? Only a ghost got it wrong. But I refuse to acknowledge a reality where you're right.
You're already dead.
Time for consequences. Congratulations! You've been entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Just scratch and find $3 signs and you get to live. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. We know what a losing ticket means. I'll kill you yet, Father. As you're dying, here's a friendly reminder to fill out your will. Is it weird if I kind of miss doing battle with my dad? There you are. You dropped your hat.
Oops.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. Which of these countries' flags
No, I have a hat.
horizontal stripes?
Okay.
Ooh.
Is he having
Oh, that's funny. So my neighbor's leaving to go to work, and
Mhm.
rather than pulling down the street and making a left, he now pulls into my driveway to back into the street and turn around and go out.
Oh, crap.
The rest of you who are still alive, and especially my dad, I want to show you something.
Okay. Well, I'll see you back at 11:30.
I'm not doing so good this time.
Nah.
Let's play with dice. Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score, but go over 21 and you die instead. And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
See you in a little bit.
It's like blackjack, but with dice and skulls. Well, it made sense when I first put it together, okay? You busted.
Uh-oh.
Sure made a mess, but it was worth it.
Whoever's in the audience is ruling. It's probably Amanda.
Beat us
What
for our
is
luck.
the Mariana Trench shaped like?
I forget, actually.
I can't remember which one it is. Oh, it's this one. There's that one.
I'm going to play the guessing game because I'm not actually familiar with it.
This.
Oh, crap. Not me.
Oh, I was thinking of the Alsatian trench.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the trench that's in the Hunt for Red October.
Ah.
Let's use one of my cousin
Worse.
Aloysius's old stage props. Make a space in this box to hide yourself. Oh, I sure do hope you're claustrophobic. It's time for the volunteers. Volunteers get one sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Slice, slice. Ouchie.
Oh!
Sorry, Sod.
Well, you're not the one that should be apologizing. You were on the hot seat too.
I know, but I hate that Sod got skewered.
Scoober.
The audience could win this, and then you all die, which would be pretty cool if you ask me. Let's try another one. Which of these is Indian?
I have no idea. Oh, I do have some lag today.
Hmm.
Who picked this?
I did. Oh.
I'm so glad you got this one wrong, Daddy.
That's right, it's just me.
Actually, Sanji got it wrong too.
Yeah, but he's already dead, so he doesn't play.
Screw it.
Oh, he does play.
Not dead.
The game will send a question to your devices. Enter the best answer you can think of and hit send.
Typey, typey.
Leave this timer longer so you can write something funny and then maybe do some light stretching or something. Let's see those quips.
The worst flavor of sparkling water.
All right, everyone else, vote for the answer you like the best.
Uh-huh.
The player that gets the fewest votes dies.
Some poison is flavorless there, Sanji.
Lots of them are.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what people
At least
think.
mine's got some flavor.
Huh.
Oh, and I quiplashed him in murder mystery even. Oh. Now you're really dead.
Let's keep moving.
Which one of us is going to get creamed,
Bovine
Patty?
means cow, duh. But what is ovine?
I don't know.
I
think it's that one.
Time for a guess.
I did put in a guess. I'm telling you, I got bad lag on this end. It's terrible.
Well, I did the guessy thing too.
Who picked this?
Wow.
But I refuse to acknowledge a reality where you're right, father.
Uh-oh.
Consequences. Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Get to writing.
The worst of all days.
Monday. Hardo.
Now, let's see if there are any matches. Idiots. I would have guessed that one.
How the hell did I manage that one?
7 days of the week. It was entirely
That's
possible
weird.
everybody come
It
up with
looks like
something
the
different.
audience is winning. It could be because the actual players are so lackluster. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Yes. But you suck too.
Let's try another one. Which dish does not involve whipping eggs? Almost out of time. Who picked this?
Me. It's
But I refuse to acknowledge a reality where you're right, Father. Follow me.
why did I get hauled away too?
This is the one with the big creepy mirror. Oh, hey, look. The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. She has her own consistent handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror to camouflage Aunt Mildred's. Go ahead and start writing. Watch closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? And Aunt Mildred would
Damn
like...
it, I'm dead.
Let me show you what's behind the looking glass.
You held up pretty good though.
Hey, we've only got one person alive. Yay!
You know what that means.
That means the hat doesn't continue. Now it's time to now it's time to see
But can you escape?
just how hard people are gonna go to catch me.
Here's your first category. Antelopes. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
Now, why would they put murder mittens up there?
I
Let's
don't
see the
know.
right answers. Aesop's Fables. Time is almost up.
Oh,
I didn't know about the crab.
Newspaper comic strips.
ah!
Words in the preamble of the U.S. Constitution. Uh-oh, here comes
Kill me.
trouble. It's only darkness. Nocturnal animals. Time is almost up.
One of the rescuers here that does wildlife rescues has a bandicoot. It's like a cat with
Oh,
raccoon hands.
It was
Things
all
that are
confirmed.
cute.
I couldn't remember whether the
Spell your life force.
yeah.
Kanye West albums.
Pretty
I have
sure.
no idea. I don't like Kanye.
I
He's
didn't even
annoying.
know Kanye existed until recently, and I just blocked the fuck out of that.
Yeah, well, you see what I just did on mine. I got it right again.
You need a perfect answer for your final escape.
I'm still mad at him over the whole Taylor Swift thing.
It's the third answer choice now, too.
I missed second quarter, seventh grade. I have no idea.
I just scrolled it up.
Ooh, who's gonna win this one? Tarot cards. Time is almost up.
Lucky squirrels are lucky.
Lucky squirrels are lucky.
Yup.
Good job,
Sorry,
Lucky
folks.
Squirrel. Good job, Squirrel.
I managed
Each were
to stay
force
alive
supply.
the whole game. How the hell did I do that? Wow. And $6,100.
You're smarter than you give yourself credit for being.
I was in a position where I needed. I scrolled up a few of those. Mistook a person for a ghost. Sanji Humura could have been funnier. Poisoned by mouth. Could not escape in time. Of course. Okay. I don't know who that. I have no idea who it was that was in the audience. But well played. Okay. Do we want to go back to this one, or do we want to do something else, or what do we want to do? Ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, people. Tell us what we want to do.
Sandy is completely open. Oh, Debbie wants to play Job. Because we do kind of have the time for it at this point. We've got an hour. More than enough. It's enough time for Job. Saud's going to take a break. How is the Loki faring?
The Loki is setting. I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. Setting and packing gear on a hope and a prayer that I don't have to overwatch.
Oh.
And I need two handses. So I said I can't multitask I can multitask and watch, but I can't multitask and do the other things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm having to set specialty things into Molly and adjust the contents of a case.
Oh. Yeah, that would be a thing too. Okay. Give me a second here. I'll go get Job.
Yeah, I really don't want to overwatch.
You know what? I'm completely okay with that thought. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do Overwatch either.
It isn't like Overwatch like I had to do with G20 or with, planned things.
Right.
It would be Overwatch because there's a person talking on a PA system trying to convince people that you want to come. What's the Sesame Street song, or the one you want to go out and play, or come outside and play, or whatever that song? Come outside and play with us.
That
Don't make me come inside. Kind of watch. And it's rainy and my joints hurt.
Well.
And I don't want to argue with somebody over a PA system after 9 hours of this Fruit Loop. Y'all think she's a Fruit Loop? No.
Here is our, here we go, folks.
You know what, guys? I think I just figured out my strategy. I'm going to invite someone to come out and play, or I'm going to play this goddamn video on my PA mic. Come out, or you will hear a Letecia Stauch phone call for 6 hours.
Okay, Sod says that he will get the plate carrier you're recommending.
Patty, I'm gonna play that first phone call on repeat.
Oh,
Please don't.
Well, she's not going to be doing it for us. Oh.
I'm just saying.
Might be
It'd be a good way to run off telemarketers.
One day. What?
It'd be a good way to run off telemarketers.
True.
I just don't want to talk to them.
Well,
did I tell you a Mountain Dew story? Did I tell you that one?
Not off the top.
I don't think so.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Somebody tried to call our bluff one day when my PA operator was like, "Look, this ends one of two ways, and one of which gives you a cranky Loki, and one of which does not." And they tried to call our bluff. So, you think my pink mist swirl accident was bad?
Cranky Loki at that point was worse.
A 2-liter of Mountain Dew that was like 3 feet away on a table.
Come on, guys. Need at least one more. Come on.
There was a whole lot of electrical green sticky stuff everywhere. It looked like the Ghostbusters Slimer had been in there. Some person did try to go, ha ha, you missed.
What do you want me?
No, I didn't. No, that was very much intentional. I did not mix. If it did that to your drink, what do you think will happen?
Not the dew. Oh, dear.
Yeah, apparently Mountain Dew's a pain in the ass to clean up.
Yes. Especially if it's in the electronics.
I don't know. I don't care. Don't call my bluff. I know, Sandy. I went after the 2-liter of Mountain Dew that was nearby on a table. He pretty much ran out the front door.
All right. We don't have anybody else? Where's the Sanji? Get in here, Sanji.
Yes. The other, it is bad enough that I have another adult on their way because I won't be able to take a small person.
Ouch.
I mean, in theory, I could, but it's probably bad parenting.
Yeah, that would be, well, it would, that's not necessarily bad, but potentially questionable. However, you've got another creature around that could be considered responsible by the numbers.
The other adult is one of my friends from my friend from high school.
Because we could also break out the wheel of enormous proportions, because that's on this pack.
Whatever you guys want to do, my hands are literally full. Wait, Patty, I have a question. I feel like I should videotape what I'm doing and send it to Ricada and what's his name that said I can't chamber anything on my weapon because I'm a girl.
All
I'm
right.
not strong enough to do it.
Okay, Debbie and Sandy are now preferring wheel.
What do you
Debbie
think?
Well, we've got enough for this one. We'll do wheel next.
Since, Ricada put that out in a YouTube video. Him and, not already. Someone else.
If you haven't guessed, I'm the boss around here.
You're not strong enough.
Is a buddy. A boss buddy.
My dude, how hard do you think chambering around is?
I can tell you're all
How much
great
strength do you really think it
Fortunately,
takes?
there's a whole bunch of you and only one job. It's incredibly stressful for me. That's why I developed a revolutionary new
No,
system.
Sandy, it was literally they on his show the other night. They were discussing something, and they're like, "Well, women aren't strong enough to chamber a round in the following 4 kinds of pistols or rifles. Women don't have grip strength and aren't strong enough." Challenge accepted? I don't know.
Challenge long since disproved.
But I'm just saying, you literally, how much strength do you think chambering around takes, sir?
Was it Nick that said this, or Nick that failed to call him out on it?
No, Nick said it, and what I'm trying to think of what's the guy's name that was on with him. Wasn't a normal law tuber.
Welcome back with the puppy dog. We want pictures of puppers, Anubis. You
Yes,
can put them in the
please.
Discord.
Puppers will make me happier right now than...
There must be pupper pictures. Competition, don't fear starters. What depends on what you mean by a starter. I know what I forgot to do. Both, if you like. You could put them in both Discords. Everybody would be cool with that. Hello, Caroline. We've been watching videos most of the morning, and it's not going to stop. Come on, folks. 60 seconds. Let's get them in.
Tie Beard is who it was.
That he was the one that said it?
Both Nick and Tie Beard.
Yeah.
I mean, how? Okay. I don't I don't understand how much strength you think this takes.
Have access to the aces.
Well, hooray. Maybe we should make that first after this.
What?
I'm talking to Alex.
Oh. Yeah, Patty, like, how much strength do you, like, seriously think it takes? I just don't get it.
Cases on the floor.
Ugh. Yeah, Anubis, you can put them in both.
All right.
What did you name the puppy?
You have 2 minutes.
Sandy, what is your profile picture?
What?
I'm trying to figure out what Sandy's profile picture is.
I'm sending my first round of hard-hitting interview questions to your device.
But yeah, like Croc, like how much strength do people think chambering rounds takes?
It's not a lot.
I don't understand.
I mean, if you can grab the weapon, you've got enough grip strength to pull it back. If you can,
No, chambering my 44 takes, I mean, a bit of it. But that's just because of serrations and things.
No, well, again, it depends on how stiff your springs are, but generally speaking, if you can pick up your weapon and hold it level, you have
This
everything.
one has a bolt.
A bolt action?
The one I'm
requires almost nothing.
packing in a case has a bolt.
If you can pick, okay. If you can lift your body weight, you have more than enough of anything. One push-up is all it would take.
Yes, women aren't strong enough to chamber around in the weapon I am packing into cases.
And bolt actions are normally set up to be completely sufficient as far as being able to do. You pick it up, you pull it back, you push it back in, and then you drop it. It's not, rocket science. And it's certainly not difficult. If your gun's well enough lubricated, it takes almost nothing.
I mean, I think it takes.
There's a reason.
Mayor Wrench, you would not be able to do that with this particular firearm. You will have to get Squirrel to answer that.
I do not have an answer for that. Those people are idiots.
No. Wrench asking a question about what?
What motivates you to give 110% every day?
Yeah, a bolt action is just dead simple.
No. I think they mean specific.
I don't have enough context here.
I'm not taking the one with the Bohr computer. I'm taking the other brand. The Canadian brand.
But you're talking about a bolt action rifle.
Yes, but the Canadian version of my weapon that has a bore on it.
Okay.
I'm taking my Macmillan. They're asking what kind of weapon I'm packing.
She's talking about a 50. She's talking about a 50 caliber rifle. The Barrett.
I'm taking the Macmillan, not the Barrett. Yeah.
The Canadian version of the Barrett. I forget its actual
Macmillan.
name. It's the Macmillan. Yeah, Macmillans aren't terrible. I prefer
what the
Barrett.
longest recorded is with. Longest ever recorded was done with the Macmillan. Barrett.
I haven't spent a lot of time with a Macmillan. I spent a horrifying amount of time with my Barrett.
I spend what people would consider a horrible amount of time with both. But I don't consider it a horrible amount of time because it's fun.
Dragon, squirrels, magic stuff? Yeesh.
How can we improve our health and wellness initiative?
Don't understand people. I don't want to do this today.
I have a feeling I know which one of those is going to. Oh, wow. Neither one did. I like that one, Sandy. I really do. I've never had a problem chambering rounds in those.
Work. That's what I'll be saying every day to the one of you who gets the job. Let's see who the front runner is.
It's Sandy.
Geez, all these numbers are stressful, right? Let's cool up with some icebreakers. Okay.
I'm not doing very well with this round, am I?
Don't be afraid to get descriptive. Paint me a word picture, dang it. Hey, Ray, my computer's doing that thing where my waffles come out all soggy. Fine toaster, whatever it's called, just fix it.
If you don't know the difference between a toaster and a waffle iron, I have questions.
Well, she was talking about it being her computer. And the waffles coming out all. Yeah, no. We know what a waffle iron is. Pretty sure they do too.
Anubis, this takes less physical strength to do than change a tire. It's a pain in the butt, but it doesn't take that much actual strength.
Mm-mm. As long as you know what you're doing, just about anybody can do this.
It's more locking the bolt back down. That's the strength issue. You can use your weight.
And even then, it doesn't take that much.
No, you just punch it.
If you have to. I don't recommend force when doing that, but
But that's not what I meant.
Yeah, I know.
I meant you just lean on it if it doesn't want to snap at the bottom. It's gonna start raining. God damn it.
I hate that. Remember your... Oh, jeez. Come on, Patty. You can do it.
I'm working on it. It's been a day.
Round 2 of questioning. This time, I want to know.
See, I started on one. My first good rifle was the 82A1.
Yeah, Mayor, my Barrett out of my cold dead hands. $18,000 later, that thing's going nowhere.
Uh-oh. Mouse, you get it? Wow. Yeah, I've never had that problem.
Yeah, all said and done, it's about 18 grand. So I'd sooner be buried with it.
Aw. You're not going to send it to me in your will?
Depends on how nice you are.
Huh?
Depends on if you're not being nice and if Apple Rose wants it.
Okay.
What does Apple Rose want?
I said, you know, take my Barrett for my cold dead hands. And he said, what, you're not going to leave it to me in a will? I said, well, it would depend on if Apple Rose wanted it.
Well, Apple Rose wants it, so. And Blanche said she'd like the deagle because it sounds like eagle, and she's enjoying chasing the birds in the backyard.
Okay, well, is Blanche also taking the Macmillan if Apple's taking the Barrett?
Sure.
They're identical caliber.
Yep. And they both say that we'll take them to Minnesota and we'll have fun with target practice in the middle of the border waters in the middle of nowhere.
I may have accidentally shot a squirrel with it once. In my defense, the squirrel wasn't there when I pulled the trigger. Squirrel definitely wasn't there shortly after I pulled the trigger.
Just for the
It was a
microsecond.
magic trick.
Less than a dime-sized piece of fur was all we found.
Does that mean Loki's a magician as well as being a amazing person?
I guess. I don't know. It like hippity hopped right into my line.
Did it mess up the line though, or did it just add a little flavor?
Wait to see these.
It just flavored the lead. Because you literally just saw this poof of pink mist.
Vote for your favorite now.
Oh. I know which one I'd vote for.
Perception, yeah. I mean,
This round, each vote's worth even more.
Well done.
bad,
Well
because
done.
I kinda, I don't know if I
Thank
was
you.
explaining it to at the time. They're like, why did that go poof before I heard the noise?
What wacky hijinks could we expect from your character?
Because they're supersonic rounds. Generally, about the time you hear the sound, it's hit the target. Or shortly after. You'll hear it. But if you hear it, it has already hit what it's going to hit. I just don't get grown people. Why? Why do you have to do everything the hard way?
You're stuck in a long elevator ride with the district manager. Quick, say something to make it less awkward.
I mean, at least I'm not on top of a Taco Bell this time.
Or doing Overwatch on the Taco Bell.
Yeah. And it's 76 and sunny out, so it's not too bad.
Chase, the office clown, has let a
We're
goose.
trying to...
What do you do?
I'm almost done being packed. They're trying to effect a warrant without me.
Ground squirrel. Oh, wow. Ground squirrels in hell. Oh, jeez. Hey, be nice to that. Stop. That's plenty. With the wingspan and gulp. Oh, yeah, no, that second one would work. I'd just bite them. I've been told that goose is tasty.
You can't find the bathroom on your first day of work. What do you do?
He on the
Probably
floor?
on my desk. No, they're hoping they can convince him without having to call me out. Nobody wants to deal with me right now.
No, but we like you.
Deal with you.
No. I mean, like, the people that are there.
Everyone is looking at you. How do you respond?
One of the guys literally was just... The one that texted me is like, no, the last thing that was said over a PA mic was, if we have to call her, she's going to be real grumpy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to have to deal with her. Please just come with us, sir.
Good job. And speaking of jobs, let's see who's most likely to get
Please
one.
stop the fuckery.
Oh,
Legally, I
Patty's
have to tell
catching
that
you there.
this is binding and full of contract.
Patty caught you.
Blah, blah. Let's do one more icebreaker. Don't overthink it. Just put down whatever enters your mind. Unless you're thinking about ventriloquism. I don't trust puppets.
This game goes faster when the tutorial's turned off. Sorry, folks.
Was like that the squirrel alarm or something?
No, that's somebody trying to get hold of me via Discord when I forgot to turn stream mode on. So it makes the noise.
This is exactly what I hoped each of you would say.
Unlikely. Let's see how this went.
Okay, it's the final round, and it appears we're missing something. Your resumes.
Right.
Probably my fault. I set them to the office horse.
That's a D12 just went floating through the office.
Well,
Yep, plus one dodecahedron.
I have to get a new Weeble Wobble plate.
Yeah. Yeah, you're running short on timer. Come on. Trying to keep somebody not glued to the screen here.
Tell him to go outside and play.
You got work to do.
all right, business time. Vote on your devices now. In the final round, impressing your peers nets you an even bigger bonus.
Yeah, Patty. I had to order a new plate, but my front plates are curved.
Yeah.
Because women.
Yeah.
So I look like a weeble when I lay down. Since the plate's hard and curved. Like if I lean
I'm
too far
sorry.
forwards, I
I'll
rock
donate.
But I'm just saying, like, I like rock forward between like, using my boobs as a fulcrum, like I weeble. It's a seesaw.
I will, Karen. I won't move.
have the budget to hire all of you.
But
and
you don't.
still pay for my yearly bonus. But we don't.
Just wait for it. The job title's coming up in a minute.
Hey, it's a decent salary too. Yay!
Congratulations. You're our new assistant to the assistant manager of Thought Conflagration. Welcome to the team. Oh, and Brian, you're fired.
Servo isn't bad. Maybe.
Butt conflagration.
I couldn't hear her. It's too quiet.
Okay, you were hired to be the assistant to the assistant vice president of butt conflagration.
Oh, good. I'm an expert at that.
What, burning people's asses?
Pretty much.
Out to the back. Whereupon we will do this. Because we still got half an
Well,
hour.
I can play this for a little bit because now I'm packed.
Ah.
No, I just have to wait for the you have to leave the house call.
The room code is GZRZ.
All right. File in, people. GZRZ. Get pissed. Gnome. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Come on. We don't have a Sandy. We don't have to. We have a Debbie, but not a Sandy. Oh. Yay! Okay, pushing.
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop.
We need Amanda, but she doesn't seem to be around.
She was for a little bit, then she had to go do it with something.
You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your light forever changed.
This actually started on John's channel. This little tradition here started on John's channel because I was casting around for something to do after he walked away one day.
At least when I leave, it's either to pick up a child for because the world's ending.
Well, you know, the first couple of times I sat and talked to the chat, and that wasn't going as well as I wanted it to. So
I have lived forever.
No, I just meant me. I try not to do it just for reasons like him. I'll only do it for 2 reasons.
Tutorial. So let's get started. It's a good time to play and a great time to receive 2 slices. Who just gives away slices? Me. It's time to enter a dimension between light and shadow. Which of these are real episodes from the original The Twilight Zone series?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I might prefer going to work.
What if you tapped all the answers that fit the prompt? I bet it'd feel pretty good.
I'd be doing this by process of elimination. There's Danny and Patty.
Are you actually playing or no? No.
You talk to the is Apple being a silly again?
No,
Come
she's
on,
just
Nick.
she's actually sleeping. Blanche is outside barking at stuff.
All right, prepare yourself for the truth.
Nice.
Hey, Sandy. Hey, Debbie.
Those scores have got my attention. Question 2, don't mind if I do. Forsooth, which of these are characters in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet? Tap the ones that fit the prompt. Don't tap the others.
Waiting on the Thin Min Lou.
Come on, Nick. Click, click. Ten,
Only a few seconds left.
5,
So make 'em count,
4,
okay?
3, 2, 1. Clicks. You got popped.
Okay, but what about the answers? How many did you get?
I missed out 2 of them.
Whoa! Stand up tall with those scores. One just isn't enough. Let's finish this set strong and get you that power slice.
Oh boy.
Match the type of drink to its primary ingredient. I want to see everything match. Go! Match time is coming to an end. So what went with what?
I know all about my drinks.
Oh, I knew them all. I just wasn't fast enough.
What amazing thing is this? Our flight. Well, now I'm all fired up for a set of spins. Get over here. Oh, I'm so happy you made it up the mountain. I used to host a game from the Labyrinth of Pain and Despair. This is going much better. Choose the slots on my face to socket your slices.
Come on, Sandy. We're waiting for you to pick. Cool. Yay.
Why don't you start things off?
Spin it, Denny. Yes, it is. Made with honey, etc.
Well, that's fun for everyone. You ready, new spinner?
Your turn, Denny. Or Debbie. Sorry.
I can't hold this spin much
Ah, lag. Right.
It's
Ooh.
fun to share points.
And no, Debbie, nobody's yelling at you. We're all good.
You share the pot and my excitement. It's time for the last spin. Yeah, where does the time go? Make this one count, last spinner. Slowing down. Oh, oh, oh. Ram-a-llama ding dong. Here comes trouble.
Who's that?
I'm like half an
That's
Oreo,
Nick.
except instead of a delicious cream side, I have your bland tasting s'mores. Round one is behind us, and already it feels like we're all a little older, a little wiser, a little, dare I say, more mature. It's a slice party, and you're invited. I'd like to introduce you to question 1. Which tasks were assigned to Hercules as part of his famous 12 labors? Tap the answers that fit the prompt. Makes sense to me.
Not that one. Not that one either.
Only a few more TikToks and we're done here.
I did it and he just didn't care.
How about some answers, baby?
Yeah.
Really? You're welcome. The sequel to question 1, question 2. I'm going to give you a series of clues to help you answer this question. What
Giggly
home
child to
DIY
giggly.
tool am I thinking of? You'll need a few clues, so it's a handheld tool that can be magnetic or electronic. You'll need one of these gizmos if you want to hang something on your walls safely and securely. How it works is you press it up against the wall and it beeps when it senses the wooden beams behind the plasterboard.
Yep. I've got 2 of those, it seems.
Sometimes funny guys
I gave you one of them.
You did.
And they hold it up to their bodies and make a beeping noise, and then everyone kind of rolls their eyes, and it's just excruciating. The clues are all dried up. You got an answer for me?
McGnome had it, and
How can you be smart like that? One more slice.
Good job, Danny.
This last question is where the power slice is hiding. Which of these methods of listening to music came about most recently? If you get frozen, take a deep breath and get back in there. When you tap the right answer and it makes that little ding sound, that's actually me making that noise. I have a little device next to me that I press and it goes ding. Super nifty. There's time for just a few more answers. And we're done.
Good job, Loki.
Loki kicked ass and took all the names.
I choose you.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
gonna be so thrilled with this. Time to ascend. Watch out for the hawks up there. They will wreck you. You climbed a mountain for me? Oh, I'm touched.
He's
Make
ahead.
some risky decisions. Go on, I dare you. Oh, how I've dreamed that you'd be our first spinner. Yes, yes. Oh, wait. Is it multiple winners get to be happy?
Oh, yeah. I was still looking at those.
New spinner.
Sorry.
And what if you used your device to spin me? That'd be a fun thing to happen.
Okay, Kurt.
I'm slowly slowing down. It's a split pot. Hey, how about a spin from a new spinner?
Get him, Loki. Fight him.
Oh, hold on.
You still there? I need a big spin, you know? Oh. There you go.
$4 grand for Loki.
I'm ready for a new spinner. Oh, I'm so happy.
More Loki points.
Stretching that lead. The last spin really raises the stakes. The last spin is all in your tiny meeple hands. Okay, why not? Let's get real introspective regarding your scores.
Come on, Loki.
I swear I could just
Any
look at your
points for
scores
Loki
all
now,
day.
and she gets a chance to win.
Imagine having 2 slices, then stop imagining because here they are.
Oh.
I'm here to ask question 1, and you're here to answer it. Hey, try to give this next question
What's
your
happening
best
there,
shot.
McMillan?
You get it? You will soon. In the sport of shot put, the thrown metal ball is called a shot. How much does a men's regulation shot weigh in pounds? This is just like a good shave. You want to get real close to the answer. Choose a number, quick. We don't have all day. All right, so what'd you say? And the precise answer is... You have all the points you need. Let's keep up this momentum with question 2. Which of these Broadway musicals are set in high school? When you see an answer that fits the prompt, give it a little tap. That's what I would do. The clock is winding down on this time to fair. Done. Here's what I was looking for.
Good job, Debbie.
Oh, yeah.
I missed one.
2 slices I've given you.
I missed 2.
Question 3 is when the power slice comes out to play. Chronologically, which storyline in the Marvel Cinematic Universe takes place earlier?
I have no idea.
Bigger score than last time. Would that be wrong?
Are you kidding me?
I bet your fingers hurt from tapping. Just push through the pain.
I've gotten 4 of them wrong in a row. 5.
That's one way to close out a round.
Get him, McNome.
Good job, McNome.
You. Are you ready for something shiny? Our light. Pow! Just step into my parlor. People say living on top of a mountain is inconvenient, and it is. Slice time. Where should your slices go? You tell me. I'm not your mother, but I can shapeshift into your mother if there are any issues you want to work through.
Uh-huh. Right. You wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, I had no idea. So actually do musicals? I'm vaguely aware of some of them.
Look, I'm going to spin with or without your slices, so let's go already. The first spin of the round goes to you. Well, if you don't spin me, I'll just rotate on my own. Well, okay. This people's ready to make a move.
Any points for Loki at all.
You ready for a new spinner? Because I
And we
sure
spin.
am. I'm almost stopped. No.
Oh, and she all that.
Ooh. Come on down.
Oh.
You're about to win.
Congrats, Loki.
Me down.
I know you're going to do it.
Spin Loki. And she did it.
And so it is finally time to answer your most personal question.
Well, I have to adult.
You're one spin away from the truth you seek.
Spin.
The wheel has spoken.
All right, folks, we're under. We got just about 3.5 minutes or so. All right, we got just enough time to have a look at this. Why do people live here so they don't listen or comprehend what you tell them? When will I become a billionaire? Am I ever going to get rid of this virus? Yes. Where do baby squirrels come from? If you're
Same
driving,
place baby croco squirrels come from.
How do squirrels stay fit? All right. Time to drop to the desktop. Okay. Up with that. And 3 minutes.
And what you guys don't realize is Lord Croco Squirrel is playing games on the backside. Ah.
What makes you say that?
It just popped up on my screen that you're on your Steam account. Really dimed you out. You want me to tell him what game you're playing?
I will tell you right off the top. I have My Time at Sandrock running.
That's exactly what you have. That's exactly what it told me.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah, when you're linked as friends and you have a Steam account, you can see what your friends are doing from a distance. Isn't that fun? I don't want to know what you're up to, but I'm sure you're up to something.
I do have. I have the game running. I'm not actually playing it at the moment. I am letting it just sit there while it tests. While I run a different test for stability. Nancy, you missed you missed the games. We had some trivia and some job, and we just got finished with the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. Yeah, I heard. It's okay. Right now we're wondering if it is a little quiet. The court isn't quite back yet. Yes, whine, 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 whine. Whine, 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 whine. As far as it being quiet here, then yeah, sometimes it's like that. Until I have whiny pups, because whiny pups.
Whiny pups are awesome.
Especially when they're being particularly silly. We don't know what you want, whiny pup. Oh, is that what's going on?
She got to go down the slide while we were out there.
Oh dear.
Oh, look. UPS is here. What the heck?
Oh, yay. Okay. We're trying to get Thomas back into the chat. Not having a particular.
Not getting Thomas in the chat. Thomas is a delight.
We need to do it. We need a tasteful yet tactical of the couch that she's currently sitting on.
Hello, sir. Thank you for bringing me a half a bale of hay. That's exactly just right. There's fine. I got dogs in here who are a pain in the butts. But yeah, truly, it's a half a bale of hay. Thank you.
Looks like the hearing now is remote.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be anybody here except me. So they can take that.
They are talking.
Yes, I buy hay and bulk for my house.
Hey, no.
No. Call 20 CR 1358 people versus.
Wait,
should reflect the jury's not present. Is there anything?
If you want crackers, mommy's got a shit.
Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
We had this for you.
Croc, I'm here, but I'm monitoring a radio, so if I'm quiet, that's why.
That's fine. I kind of figured that much.
Yeah, but radio chatters getting
All rise
to
for
the
the
point
jury,
right
please.
now.
Yeah, that's
Just
fine.
2 minutes, so.
Don't worry. We'll keep up the snark. Slot cam. Oh, I will never unsee that now.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to the so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds. I was wanting to see like, hey, look, here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up on the back part. There were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, I looked online for the company for the name. I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like I say, on the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. If he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. And the reason for that is like there's no door. Like there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can sense.
You don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Deanna go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. The Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Petco. Deanna was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we laid down. He laid down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't really
remember. Like that
it's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong. When you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one, so I went back. I guess that would be. I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, I can't. Did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see where I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes. Okay. That would be helpful.
Okay. So I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Morrison Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say time. Because,
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour? Do you have, like, any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me. It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me. My family likes to know where I'm at, so.
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what?
I do that right now. I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
like
you
the crash detection.
Right, that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert the authorities. They'll say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back and make my mind up. I can leave right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll
Because I know people watching. I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner. Oh, up here? Yeah. We can set it down here. Let's see if it kicks on. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits. And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing? Something happened. There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It said purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed. Huh. What does that mean? I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess they said it's the access signal, so. Free membership included 2. How long have you guys had that up? Oh, God. Started driving for a long time. Okay. Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah. I want to say, like, it's never had a purchase.
Hey, Stauch, you think we could? You think that we could use that for?
Didn't ask me to put anything.
Couch there for some tactical function. Pretty sure I could figure that one out. Not for you though.
You didn't have anything. I didn't have anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the... Yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription? Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says, like Carly arrived home. Well, yeah, I mean, I get those too. Like no, I get it at home. Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed.
Just keeps her talking.
Like I think we might have different Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So
she knows
you can get around, and, you know, get your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times. And does he go into the stores with you? No, but I parked. And I know you're going to see this, so I'm going to say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in the. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times, walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him like if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car. Like I really stay in the car all the time with like if like Lena's in the car, he'll be like, "It's okay, sit here, buddy. We'll be right back." Didn't think anything of it because he had a Switch with him and he was playing a Switch. Did he know what store you were in? Yeah, Petco. So like if he needed you or whatever else. But and I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. Like if he was like, "Oh, sure, if I need you, or whatever." Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there, or so you're just in there shopping, and then it wasn't even a long shop. Okay, like it wasn't. And then you come back out, and then where do you go? So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I've stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere? I think after that Petco is when we started to head home. Okay, so you go home, and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you to try and bring it up. Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere. Okay. I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home. Do you remember what station? But we did stop and get gas. 7-Eleven. Here, come and go. If you gotta go. I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back. Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too. Oh.
Not yet. Well, speaking in the first place is over explaining it.
The USAF is being slow too. Is it my phone? I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So for you guys left Petco. So did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gann doing, what was he, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
They are establishing
So, I'm gonna say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. I thought it took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making
They're also looking
situations
for
and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked
exactly right, Loki.
neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. My point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, but if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in the day and age, timelines, security, things like that.
Okay, I'll be back.
You will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and we're returning at 2 something.
Thomas was
So
here.
I remember specifically the truck. I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like
our ring?
Yes, we don't have a subscription. Okay. But according to these neighbors, you can see all the way to the truck today.
Okay.
They should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, we run back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something and then you get back around 2 something.
I think it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
So going on from there, Gannon goes inside. I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first. And I had the bag for Petco and all that. Now I don't.
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that. So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something.
Thomas is going to talk to the furniture about finding finding a tactical function for that.
The guy from the
it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had walked in and I saw our we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do it, and he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then he just knocked me down and like towards the end through. And he was hitting on me and it was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. He was trying to rape me and I told her. I said, I have to tell you about it. Okay. And like, from then on was like in a blur. I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on, because I was just like crying, freaking out. And I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't. I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, you know, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon, and you know, like, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me, and so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of like out a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, you know, whatever. I thought he was hiding. I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, you know, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where's Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and, you know, go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, you know, like, because I told Albert and him about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like what am I doing? Blah, blah, blah. And Lena does make it through the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like it was a cop or, you know, if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, you know, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things at Amazon like all the time, you know, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail. And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, you know, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again, and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on, like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, you know, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again. Really? And then, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red blue table in there. Okay. He forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, you know, like was like Albert with them upset, Gana's over here, Lena's coming, all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase. And then he hit me on the head again, and I was like, right here. He kept like hitting me right there like that. Okay. And so then he did that, and then I wiped out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get a lift, whatever. You know that. Okay.
Cree would like
no.
turn it down a little bit.
I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment, and I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. I'm kind of getting a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that was the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of, like, you know, plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And did he fix it? I just said, no, I had already cut it. Okay. He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought it. Yeah.
Okay. And where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes. I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the like. So the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. I picked it up and put it back, like on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that
they will feel free to let her talk.
Whenever
I don't want to tell you that. I don't like saying that.
About 4 o'clock was whenever we can say about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I wouldn't do both of those.
Did they come home? Or?
Yeah, Lane's still out and about. Harley's home. Comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. All I kept thinking about was, it's not my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Like we because we were going to all go eat sushi. So that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line. It was a 4-hour wait for them to get there. So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, can't let at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I made a decision.
Okay.
You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out
I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside. He went through the car. He went through the trunk. He went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me. He said, "Do you mind if I look around?" He said, in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the truck. He looked through the bags that were in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, the bags, whatever over here, came back in. He did the same thing, and you know, like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, "Was anything missing?" And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
about what I told you? Mm-hmm. No, I told them the first situation,
like what you told our dispatcher.
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name? Or?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, like, I had my headphones too, my friends are not, like, not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. And I went downstairs, like, to my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand. Yeah. So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was gonna work out.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you know, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
The ones that like kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah, so I always have to, I always have to,
on your head?
Always have to like move them, you know, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? You know, because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started when I'm there.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you can get them either way. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different. And I know one of them is like the push, you know, like push in kind or whatever. And the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
It's a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, you know, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours and which ones are his. So that it's like, you know, if you said that that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, you know, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, you know, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to like, honestly, just drive. I had to think in my brain, you know, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street and came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. So, well, yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put like 1,000 miles on it. And I'm like pretty anal about, you know, like I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was like searching. And in my mind, I was like freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they someone our codes and our home. And so I was like, I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was like, I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport?
Right. Because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing careers thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, you know, like the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with authority because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that like I'm gonna be a flight attendant, and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things, like reserve shifts. You got my crash pads. So I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're going to be a teacher again. Oh, you're going to do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah. You know, so you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something, so I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. And we walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so, where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle way.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term, I think. It goes from, you got the rental cars, a section here, a section. So it went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
Yeah.
and so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay. So I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me and people are not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I just, basically, I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally was gave in. I was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code, and I tried to replace the code. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "You guys coming?" And I said, "Yes." We're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night, and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home? Parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there. I didn't want people like, the domestic type situations like going on, just me, myself against, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning. Where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
It could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like,
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because first we only drove one car in case it came back. We had to stay at the hotel, so.
Okay.
But yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning, so.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or
Yeah.
did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her, why are these people, in her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
In her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there was like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' moms.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. We don't have to be like. Is it?
No, we're coming back. We're
okay. I was gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, Got my toaster on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, now's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Seventh inning. We're still waiting for the. We're still waiting for the third. We're still waiting for the third. Yeesh.
And that's not like this needs to be over. Oh my God.
Oh boy. Yes, we need to work out some custom Quiplash questions for for all the things. I'm not sure I would want to be shot with a hot dog.
Got the horn section over here.
good to go? Okay.
So, ironically, Thomas, I once had to go to a call at PNC Park in Pittsburgh for someone with broken ribs from a hot dog gun.
Oh, yeah, I told you. I wouldn't want to be shot with one of those.
You need another cone.
How about battle after?
Water or anything?
Yeah. Yeah, but how do they keep the hot dogs from like separating from the buns and everything? That's what I want to know. Do they wrap them first, or fire them by means of a sabot?
They are wrapped very well. There's the normal wrapping, and then they wrap them really heavily in tin foil, and then some places wrap that in either a t-shirt or saran wrap.
Yeah. Yeah.
You do like shotgun method or something?
No, they're not allowed to shoot directly at people. They have to shoot an angle and let it arc.
If you lose his job, I don't know.
So it's
It would
like
work
a
out
straight
that way.
shot. They have to have it arc, and then they're wrapped in their normal wrap, foil, saran wrap, and then generally a t-shirt or something for a little bit of padding. Sod, if there would be one in Pittsburgh, you'd see it. That or like a pierogi gun. Usually it's just regular cheap hot dogs.
Okay. All right.
If they serve Polish sausage, maybe they'd actually.
They do in Pittsburgh. We have a huge Polish community.
A little caffeine.
I would love me some Polish sausage that was actually Polish made. It's been a long.
So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I did write some stuff down. So
wait for it.
There you go. Going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area. You just point to wherever, in this, in the inner area like this. Okay, so right here. Yeah, but the burns were not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but a little bit skin. It was skin peeling, okay. Yeah. Okay. And so that was on his left arm, his right arm. It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and basically got on top of both on him and the fire. Not him pushing him on the fire, but I was just trying to get the fire out. Okay. And he was hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa. And he was still asleep? No, he was saying my name. He was alert, what's going on because he had just woken up. Okay. Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just calling my name, and he's I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Kind of waking up being oh shit, I just made a mistake. We would say in the mind of a kid. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay, so the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw thing. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things, got like a handle and.
What color? You know, like he is.
Because I tried with the box cutter, but I couldn't, like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter. I think it kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could, if you want me to drive you there, and like or whatever. I don't know, like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds.
Okay.
That are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in, or, like, 12 houses in, or how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple, but I'd rather just go show you, because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there, or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like, you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like, so you're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever?
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like, I can show you, because you're going to quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that. And that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say, we're going to go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build. And you found this guy and asked him about...
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay. Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was a legit worker. There were people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was any.
Sure.
That he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to.
Someone knowledgeable.
Right. Yeah. Right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet for this model home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need, and he said yes, we have a roll for that. They have the I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's my homes or the same color. He said something along. I don't really know the definition of that, but
some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, if I have the same 4-in-1, the same, because a lot of homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever. Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again. Right, right. Okay. And they put the same finishings in them. Mm-hmm. Okay. That was my assumption that I had taken from that. Okay. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it? So you need to get that. No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter. Okay. Yeah, because wait on. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it. I gave him the code to get into the garage. Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that? So we never had made that just like that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Harley's dad, he used to like work in like sheetrock and stuff like that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, the donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 like on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the carpet. And that's why I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To, let him know that this is the steps and, the processes and stuff like that to follow. Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we should go back and get, more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you? Why didn't he just have it? Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like I was going to be like a package deal? I was assuming, but it's just like I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job. Okay, so you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it. Then I was like, you have to measure, and then like, because I changed tools, like one side was going to be like this one, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process so that I could. Okay, yeah. Have you, like, if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard, right? Especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address. Yes. I went through the whole spiel. Here's where it's at. Like, here's money. How much we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a good 2-3 minute conversation. Okay. Of the specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and we need to replace the whole section and things like that. And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay? No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money. Like a favor? Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200. Gotcha. So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Harley's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone will come do it right away. And then we're done with the situation. Okay. So What did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that? What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code. Okay. And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So, I mean, okay. There's no like, when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it. Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or? You walk downstairs, you would have thought it. Okay. Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense. Okay. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, you know. Because, see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when I came. I had took the rug and put, like, a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside. Oh, okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? But we walk on it. And it was like an extra piece. Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, you know, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing, you know? Sure. And we could have a little extra roll for, hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like, in your house? Right. Okay. Because, you know, like, sometimes, you know, like, I knew, like, when we had our home, we sold it, we left our, square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? And we left, like, maybe, like, 10 little sheets and things like that. So, like, I thought, you know, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, you know, go find it, yeah. Okay. And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, you know, let's look at something that we have, maybe in the back corner, we could have cut a piece out or something like that, but I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house. An old lady's house? Another lady's house. But it was her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them. Okay, so you rent. Yeah. Okay. I thought you guys owned. No, my bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8". Yeah. Okay. What color hair did he have? I'd say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but he wasn't here too. You're Hispanic. I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine. Okay. So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish. Okay. Color. And was his hair, like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly? Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, fat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair. Okay. But it wasn't like long. Okay. And then, what was his face shape like? Maybe like a little chubbier than mine. Okay. Like more rounded. Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have? Well, I would never feel like some bad saying, but like maybe like a little bit of craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne. Like acne? Yeah, like stars. Yeah, that's really good stuff. Yeah, so like acne, like scars were kind of like present just a little bit there. Okay. And not bad though, not like, you know, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever. Okay. Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here. Okay. Did he have any facial hair? Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it. Okay. We went like this here. Like the... Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording. Okay, just the mustache. Yeah. Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
Or his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like, like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
It wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything at all.
Okay. So kind of like medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever it is different. Like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't know, sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, on the face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, you have the vest over and people wear the shirt. Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about this top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that were like.
Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light pink or like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody had the belt, but I just.
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket. Hang.
Okay.
And remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt, person whatever. I didn't. Okay. I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then and you went through the fact that so you guys left there and you went to Petco.
Well, we already talked about. I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route. But we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area. That's what you're at.
Okay. Yeah. So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have everything that was in all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever. Okay. I had cash put in there because I had gotten I was playing the lottery. So I had gotten cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley, because Harley has been paying on the dog because Chance, we finance him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole month, I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100, like when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like, that just wasn't in my mindset because, it
was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right. And that was just because when Harley got in, I was going to tell her that was usually I Zilly her money or, whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly. So it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. They usually I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realized this. I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money. Okay. So I was like, I'll just use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like, when you put it out there, was it like 20s?
Yeah, so it's always, it's always 10s. And the reason it's always 10s is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
Put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. You have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, you know, you got to put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery ticket.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, you know, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time? I didn't have a specific time. I knew during the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about. So,
and I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, you know, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like, I think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that.
No, and what I was going to say is because, you know, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children.
Right.
And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, you know, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that, because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay? Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to be dreaming anymore. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Like dreaming. I don't want to dream anymore. My mind keeps saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. And I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything, you know. Sure. Well, so if you would just ask, like, I can say yes or no. Or I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of, are you talking about like, you're going to ask me questions about like, so what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day. And then, and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions, okay? Yeah. Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong, okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first, because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
The Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage, because we parked on the front without the truck.
Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, you know, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. You know, like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is because I can't give you the exact time, because, yeah, but it might. Some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact time. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put towels. Right. You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet. Yeah, like in my mind, that was not like, some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like, well, so there's most activity. I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay. So I remember it was just basically being, like normal because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pets and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada. Okay. The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet. Sure. I was on the direction. I wanted to work out. I wanted to listen to my music. I wanted to like relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been because I gave someone the code to get into our house. But in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in and fix things. And, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it. But second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something because, like, the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like, it echoes really loud. Oh, really? Like, it has like a louder echo through the vent. Okay. So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was like, almost like an echo noise. Okay. And that was, and below my room would be that storage room. Okay. So you were in your room when you heard that? So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on. Okay. I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here and there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like at 254 or whatever, 25 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had to, a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern. So when you thought you heard something, what happened there? So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that piano was on to the right of the area. Okay. Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area. Okay. And the guy was over here. Okay. And was the guy just out or? No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that, and Ganna came in. Okay. Tried to get on. So let's slow all that part down. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you go downstairs, you notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened? So I noticed that he was there, and he had, I told you, when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open, so that kind of, I was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
Okay.
So
like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to us to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything somewhere, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was in attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff with the like fire, stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I should say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, that the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one has doors that open.
Okay.
I should specify cabinet thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepams.
Okay.
And so that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it, or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like, I keep my important documents in there, like a passport.
Does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like the shelf.
Yeah, the shelf.
Okay. Perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it sit on something, or does it have its own feet?
Like is it on feet?
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, but I mean it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so it was just I don't have to take them in panic attacks, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not that, but I had taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had.
It was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like the whole anxiety of it. So
you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You just had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What, can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it, do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no, automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like, and do you know the caliber, maybe?
I think the 380 maybe?
380?
Or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was your black gun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4. 4? Okay. What kind are they? I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR something. Okay. And then there's the shotgun. And so I think they're both 2.38. 380? Yeah, I think it's like a 380 or like they're both 380. Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one? Yeah, mine's like a teal color. Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one? Yeah. Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun. Well, no, I don't think. I saw the color black. Okay. So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like those our black gun. Right. Now at that time I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns. Sure. So tell me what happens next. So do you want me to go through the whole like assault again? Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, to be able to rise for the jury, please.
Okay. Time to fire it up again. Suggestions, folks?
The black game, you know the black game because there's so many colors of game. But it might not be our black game. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, we've got a split decision at the moment. Quiplash or trivia murder party?
Looks like that's about right.
Probably not, Thomas.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday where they get to me, so.
Not sure we're gonna finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't. Docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables. You don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Court will be in recess then.
All right. Okay, I have more votes for Quiplash than Trivia Murder Party. Echo.
Room code is EMPE.
Echo, Mike Papa Echo. Thanks. And McNome has found his way in. 2 seconds for Linky Peoples. Okay, so we have some prose humor. Prose humor. How about you, Loki? Thomas is already in, Sandy.
Maybe after we're looks like they may be finishing up what they're doing radio listen wise.
Debbie needs to pick her icon. You make it in, Iris? I'm looking for Iris and Sandy. Come on.
Iris might be doing actual people work,
Yeah.
not stalking a radio like I'm doing right now.
Okay. How about Sandy? Yay! Oh. Oh. Yeah, I have some idea of what that's about. All right. We're rolling. 3, 2, 1.
Prepare yourself for Quiplash 3, a pocket full of quips.
Uh-oh.
My real name is Josh, but you can call me Schmitty. It's a common nickname for Josh. And if you're not in the game, put in the room code and join the audience. Your vote counts too. It's the prequel to round 2, round 1.
Is working
You're going
things,
to see
Debbie.
2 prompts on your device. Answer each one with a brilliant response. Soon you'll go up against another player's answers while everyone else votes for their favorite. Oh yes, points. You score points based on the percentage of voters who like your answers.
Democracy!
Fair enough? I hope so. Let's go.
As opposed to Democrats, which are different. It seems like everybody could use a laugh regardless.
I'm not unhappy. I just don't want to adult. The longer this drags on, the higher the risk I have to adult.
And
I really don't like adulting. Because adulting means paperwork.
And we already know that paperwork sucks in all cases.
Yeah, but then I end up on TV with my paperwork.
Ugh. That's even worse.
Okay, let's see them.
Well, not really on TV, but like it ends up in
And
court
here's your
records and
first
shit.
prompt.
So
An accurate
then I can
slogan
end up
would
in
be
court.
the suburbs, blank. All right, vote.
Ooh.
Why can people not just behave? God damn it!
Well, they are behaving. They're just doing it badly. Okay. No idea who Daddy's Beard is, but
Let's see how they handle
I think Nick wandered
the
off.
title of Herman Melville's unpublished sequel, Moby Dick 2, blank.
Oh.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
So ripening. Oh dear. It's not.
And here we have Hate Valentine's Day. There's a new holiday called blank.
Oof.
Tasty Tactical Day.
All right, people, it's voting
Minecraft
time.
again, Grumpy's Day. Yeah, but you can only kill Hallmark once.
And next is
Minecrafting and
a
Graphics are
bold
forever.
choice to send someone a bouquet of blank. And now pick your favorite.
One of those things is a thing you can do.
The other one you'd have to be very careful about. Oh, 50-50.
Next up, the nicest compliment you can give to a snake. Oh, I hate snakes. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Why is it the scales?
All right, check this out. An old-fashioned curse word that nobody uses anymore. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
I use them, all of them. Especially if there's an
See the
absolute
next one.
objection.
All the gin joints in all the towns in all the world. She walks into blank. Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. All the yes. The question, of course, is did somebody cycle it? And was she wearing a suit?
Next on the docket, a terrible Mother's Day gift. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Or it might be the best gift Dad's ever had.
Well, it might be the best gift Mom's ever had if she's not all that big into that sort of thing, and or she's just bored with him and wants him to
Now that
leave her
round
alone.
one is a distant memory, let's move on to the scores.
Because I've actually seen that happen. Who is Daddy's Beard? Oh, of course you're still silly. You are encouraged to be silly at all times.
Doubled and the pressure is on.
Hey, Will Call, how you doing, dude? You do know we might actually have to make some of this tasteful yet tactical stuff as merch. Loki.
I know. I'm fully prepared.
Armored underwear. Yeah.
I thought Thomas designed us taser-proof jock straps.
Oh.
After last night.
Yeah. I was considering the couch that the couches of the type that Stauch is sitting in that video, because frankly, it not only does it need reinforcing,
Number
but
one is what will be the
packed
leading
full of
cause of death in 2200?
packed full of recording devices and stuff.
Okay.
You have the best snuggles. Oh, thank you, Apple. I appreciate that. Apple's giving me love. That makes everything better.
SQL code isn't as hard as it sounds. It really
Okay,
is.
what's next? Realistically, the third little pig should have made his house out of blank.
Carbon steel.
All right, choose your
Although
favorite.
that other one would probably be good. Don't overthink it, Amanda. Oh, yikes. Get him, Sandy. Get that beard.
And now, the Renaissance of 2030 will be defined by a resurgence of blank. Here's the fun part.
Yes.
Pick your favorite quip.
I got that. I like that one. I'll take that one because that one rules. Ooh.
Next, the perfect adventuring party includes a fighter, a wizard, and a blank.
Oh.
Time to pick the one you like best.
One of those is absolutely ubiquitous.
And next, the field day activity deemed too deadly. Okay, choose your favorite.
I would have gone with tack nuke juggling. That would have been better. That would have been good too. Or
And he's on a roll again.
Or the javelin missile throw.
The erotic thriller nobody wants to see, The Forbidden Diaries of Blank.
Ooh.
Now this is one.
Ow!
Naked Pelosi.
Pick your favorite.
It should have been Naked Pelosi right there.
No, naked Pelosi. No naked Pelosi. No. Yikes.
Naked Pelosi with Wilford Brimley.
Next we have the most memorable fortune cookie fortune. You will blank in bed. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Thing is that one is doing the other. Okay.
Hi. Are you gonna give me kisses? Oh yes, clean my ear. Thank you.
Let's keep it going. The least helpful tip in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. All right, choose your favorite.
I apologize. The teenager is celebrating being a teenager by trying to trying to clean the kitchen while I'm not looking. Ooh, Sandy out front. And it looks like that's will call over there. Went from first to last.
Strut your stuff. On your device, you'll see a prompt that requires 3
to type, so I need my arm.
Easy stuff.
Yeah. Yep. That's the way it is, will call. Sometimes that happens. Especially when you get quipplashed a couple times. It hurts worse if you're doing it in Mario Kart. 4 minutes remaining. Boom, 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 boom.
Why are you shutting? Huh?
Come on, guys. 30 seconds from Mark. I'd have to have the money to go to Universal. That's a long way from here anyway. You're
Okay,
much
let's
closer.
do this. The 3 things you need to be good at to truly get ahead in life.
Oh, hi, Mark. Mm.
And now pick your favorite.
Ow. Somebody's not going to get, and somebody's not going to climb
3
up very far.
things you want to touch right now. All right, people, it's voting time.
I sense a Loki.
Apple Rose is currently laying on my chest upside down, getting her belly rubbed. Because, you know, that's a comfortable position to lay in.
Oh, absolutely. Quiplash. Ouch. Wow. Sorry, Thomas. That did, yeah.
You know you've gotten the wrong shampoo bottle when the 3-step directions are blank, blank, blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
Wow.
Told you I was in a happy Pete.
Yeah. Yikes. I think it's turning the hair to leather that got more people.
3 most important rules of your own private tickle club. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
And
Sandy.
put down the middle.
Good job, Nancy.
Wow, this is it. Show us the final scores.
And Debbie out in front.
Debbie took it away from all of us.
Yup. Right there. Wow. Will Call went from first in round 1 to like dying horribly in last place. Oh, okay.
Yes,
According to that,
no.
we're back to the court in 30 seconds or less. So we're good. Yeah, you almost made it to 10,000 points. That was fun. And our timing could not have been better. Not even if I tried. Should probably take that down. Okay. Oh wow, guys. This is yeah. The chat is absolutely fantastic right now.
Our chat is always fantastic.
It's nice to know that they can that they are entertained.
We has best chat.
Present courtroom. We ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring it in.
This judge is over here like, I'm gonna beat Candy Crush at this rate. Anybody got a recommendation for my next game? Or we're gonna see the judge joining our Quiplash one day. Guys, I think that's the judge.
No, actually, it was Patty.
No, I just mean in general. Like,
Yeah.
one day we're gonna be like, guys, is that the judge playing Quiplash? Okay.
Like he knows we're even here.
I know that a couple of the judges that have like a couple of the bigger judges that are forever on LawTube.
They're aware.
What?
They're aware, or they drop in occasionally.
Well, they're
All right, for the jury,
they're aware. I
please.
mean, Debbie Davis has a channel, so I know Judge Middleton knows about Mike's channel, especially when Debbie's been on it. But I think there's actually a video someplace of Middleton watching himself on Mike's like stream when he got made. Like you caught it on the screen.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall on 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stout. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution.
I know when Mike got 100K, Judge Manning sent me
Hey,
an
you
email.
said you worked with like victims and stuff before.
I feel very badly for that couch, love seat, whatever you want to call it.
You know they just took it
Hard to tell
outside
someone
and
about
burned
me
it.
like touching.
What?
Sure, I get that.
You know they just went outside and like burned it.
I would have, but no. Chances are they put it in an autoclave after she was done.
I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take a break?
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play-by-play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult.
Nobody thinks
explain
that it's
what
like
you remember.
playing a game.
Well, and we can take it slowly.
She's already acknowledged this.
And you can
Trust
tell me
me.
what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I
We
want to
deal
make
with
sure
victims all the
that
time.
you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right? Okay, so the
I
more
was
details
screaming
that I
about my
have,
sex life from
the
the
better it is that I'm
rooftop.
going to be able to
It's
try
my
and help
kid
you
was
and to try and help
missing.
Gannon. Okay.
So me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things, is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual, you wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
Right.
but not like just whoever else is in the hospital.
Right.
No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know,
when we find them, that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital, and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and you know, they have their process that they go through, and they collect all that evidence, and then that's turned over to us.
Not true. I know.
So
male
it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my.
But we need to know what
Not only
happened,
women are
because
victims.
just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot, so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, detail.
No, it's
I
not.
remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it
I
is.
would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specifics, so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just a hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are heavy. You remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like clothing?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone, he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that, I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was, you know, like getting, like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon's.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room, because I remember like going back and hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some, because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure,
that sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And not to mention, I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual. So,
I knew I was going to be assaulted, so I took
a
benzos.
little bit.
Okay.
I don't say like I did not know I'm like that, but it was kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
Get you later, Mayor McNum.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was more of like I just almost it's almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. Like once we were, I can't talk about it.
So are you saying like when he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Down my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit the head again. Like you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down, and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because it wasn't. I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
Well, at least I don't have to go.
do you?
I don't remember
today.
When I say completed, I mean as in I was able to like
Yay for
have
not
that
having to
bolt
adult.
of energy to get up again. It's like, I don't know if there was like completed. I don't want to think about that. That's
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say that to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Yeah, anywhere else on your body?
With the penis? Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point, It ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay,
like
tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that.
There is that one. The wheel was absolutely correct.
Not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
Okay.
So he's very aware of, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
5, 6, 7, 8-ish is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's worth something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, and when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up, that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Can you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon didn't. When he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else. Because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like go, feel like I'm going to shoot somebody, because I don't, what else have we done too? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not, my mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time. Okay. Like in the time frame.
So when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
Like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me. As in like
Gannon was?
Yeah. Like
what does he call you?
Because I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing, the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me. So I wasn't, said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run, go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall.
Okay.
Now maybe I did that I recall wasn't specific direction, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember? I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry. Pleasure noises. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Like pleasure noises, but
Okay.
like okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name, or if he jumped first. But
okay, what does the man do?
It was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me.
Okay.
Kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving.
Okay.
So obviously he's got to put more. Like, you got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, why are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have personally with yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he's hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than. Oh, I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self-worth.
Sure.
Like, and how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wouldn't think about it. I could smell like a very strong, like
Amanda, word fruit
paint
salad
or like
blender.
almost like a paint, like someone had been painting, or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall. Almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure,
it has like that smell. Like I could smell like that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm pretty, I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, like drywall in general. So
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know. like almost like a foodish, like a awful type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay. Like you kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was Florida. Kind of hard.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. I told you about the motion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then?
Right. Remember, the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't, there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe, I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was 2 alerts.
Sure.
Or 2 triggers to the door.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, so 2 triggers. I feel maybe it was 2 times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So, and then there was this. Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing was perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brake.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that, the timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear this is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever, but I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of, here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, Daddy said go rent your bike. Or
sure.
That type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
We don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done. Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Are you asking like about like punch or like?
Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here, because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't say trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my That's like maybe 5 for that part.
Okay. And then like,
And then I did like have like a little, like this, that little part, like right there was like bleeding.
okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was the, you know, so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, you know, like I don't know, or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs.
Right.
And he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be and try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt. So I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. You know, he was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word, there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of, you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door, you know, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun, that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was supposed pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again. Like being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely a blackout. And I don't remember, you know, oh yeah, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't, you know, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like about 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So
you
it's
know,
like when you would check, not when you
no,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
check is the ones that like you give to them.
Like that, it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger.
So the bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I say about 27.
Okay.
Inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home, like take all of our stuff and like our, you know, anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, you know, like I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, you know. And
okay, and you said that he wanted a box.
Yeah, he that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was gonna pack our like whatever there was in our home. Originally I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was buying a gun. But at that point I thought he was gonna like clean us out. or I say 25, would take whatever he could.
Like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can, if you're in Morrison Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door to TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was gonna take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box. And
Right.
make it looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
not like he was stealing.
Yeah, and I would think it looked like to
Going
make
to
it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
like
together?
My pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever, would Lane or anyone. I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it up if I just let her? Uncle wants to. Okay.
This woman is total Fruit Loops.
Sure.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
She's burying herself and hasn't figured it out yet.
So can you,
Well,
can you
yeah,
describe the
because you
box
just
for
keep
me?
talking and you don't like awkward silence.
Like a cardboard box?
So
Yeah,
you
like a
just
wooden box.
walk
Yeah,
yourself
like
right
a
in.
metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why, I mean, that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go, but that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being like, upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I'm given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And their intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time, like take my pants back off. Like it wasn't like the first time. Okay. Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were like, when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, you know, like loud banging, you know, but I don't remember, I couldn't see, you know, like what was going on or anything like that. I just, almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that, cause like dreams, I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, but he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, that I was going to find him. Like we'd find him, that's when it really set in that I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, like hide behind the sofa or like boom, but it's only like, a little bit of time. But we don't have like a violence of, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't, prone to be like, I'm going to hide out. But his personality is very, in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody had talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right. And that would have been, my thought. Again, Gannon wasn't on his medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a different, the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, so that's why I would have expected, that he would have come right out. But then, on his medicine, he'd been more like zoned out, how to make decisions, correctly, because he would have been, just like that when he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything.
This woman is
Like, if he went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention. But for the ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach, when his stomach got hurt, he didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on putting in his body. Just, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for pretty much anybody, I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the gun?
So the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed with the black colors that it was.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So remember, I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Or he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
after it was over and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged?
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And and you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like
I did.
I remember I had already
We have to have space to do this.
straightened out his room from before, because when he had burns and stuff. And I do remember Danny was, I do remember Danny was bleeding.
Like the
And I think from the,
I want to see him follow.
could have been something with his arm. But I do remember he was,
I want to see my man follow.
like, he did have blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say, I remember he was on, not just on me. I feel like at some point in that, and I might have, when the first time he might have landed on me, or somehow I was holding him, not necessarily holding him, but it feel like he was there.
I forgot I had left my
So I had that, knew he was here, but yeah, I was still
chair.
Yeah.
Thomas, I don't know if it's against the
taking advantage of.
But the next time I'm told I need
But yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put everything
or someplace they're not supposed to be in. I got to sit there and stay
back in the
8 hours.
order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been
PA system.
So it probably would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is because just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet and it's fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
You don't want to come
I took everything and put it back.
You won't be able to.
And I had to tell, Albert, that was the first question that he asked was where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And so
I put the other guns were never had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't touched any.
Well, you're the person. They were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your steel one?
My handgun was already
see him fall
in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay, where was it at?
like the next round of quick flash and to see, the judge pop up as a player. Oh yeah, she does look like the lady from The Ring. Especially if you, I think we said that the other day.
At recess.
And
if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Why are we taking a break?
Case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I'm waiting to see the judge pop up in there. Look, oh, nice to see you're as bored as we are.
Yeah, right.
Anubis, I think the Ring thing is, she definitely looks more like that, especially if you look at my new thumbnail. Or the one that me and John had made. To me, that one, mm-hmm. Well, I just kind of I don't remember who it was. Oh, it was Iris. Was it Iris? Someone was like, yeah, I want to trust whatever, like he's trusting that chair.
Timing was perfect.
Yup.
He's doing it for you. No, he's. So I'm like, oh, there you are. That was fun. I needed some,
Yeah.
Guys, we got a hot mic. Y'all might not us. I mean them, like the TV, the court, whatever. Someone got a hot mic.
Yeah, something going on in the courtroom. They left the audio on.
Yeah.
It seems like there's some sort of disagreement.
It may
like-
be, I don't know if it's going to be a disagreement. It may be a, do we call them back and say, anyone have questions? No? Okay, go home for the weekend. Because you don't want to start something with 45 minutes left. Because we're not going to be there tomorrow.
Was that particular video over at that time?
I don't know. I think they're trying to figure out how much longer is left in it.
That would be my thinking, because it should
Hi,
be.
Gwen.
We should have somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour. Glenn? Question mark?
No, because it's 6:15. So that's 4:15 there.
Yeah, I know how long they've got. I was thinking we had. My math says that we haven't got to the 4-hour mark yet.
Well, I do
If
know
we
the
have,
judge
we're really
said-
close to it.
Well, when they came back, the judge said, if we don't make it the whole way through, we'll pick up on Friday with it. But I mean, not ideal. Because the amount that you can forget in 2 days. Or tune out and nobody would blame them.
Yeah, most that I know of, most of the ones I've talked to, and I've talked to more than a couple, they tend to block out the event after it starts.
No, I've worked with hundreds, and some of it is, obviously some of it is person specific.
Well, yes, to a point.
But most of them remember it in graphic detail and they relive it. They generally only black it out if they're little kids or, it was a part of something or repeated, not a day and a half later while their stepson's missing still. But oh my God, this lady. Adjust. I want to beat her every time she talks. Amanda, I don't stress eat generally, but I was sitting here eating chocolate earlier, and I don't even like chocolate. Because I was like, I need sugar, caffeine, and something to distract myself before I fall off a chair myself, because no. I just can't with this woman. I just can't with this woman. Like, I don't understand you.
Understanding all the things.
Oh, what? Oh, Alex, I'm gonna be careful with this box right here on my foot. Because if it gets kicked too much, you're gonna end up with
Kinder Egg spoon is foam? That's no.
Do not open it.
That's unacceptable.
No. You don't understand. Those are cans.
Yeah, Amanda, I'd be sitting there with a plastic spoon or like something. No. Mm-mm. Foam. Who thinks that's a good idea? Nobody. Mm-mm. Ew.
Why would you want to put that in your face?
Yeah.
You get one or the other. Switch or Chromebook. You don't get both.
Oh, jeez. No.
Sounds like Marlena's gonna kill a child.
He's just, well, he has ears and can't listen. Sometimes. Most times.
Okay.
I don't care. You don't need to be running both of them at the same time.
Yeah, I now I'm gonna have trust issues with Kinder Eggs because of you.
Because of me?
Amanda.
Oh.
Look down. Yeah, I mean, you are right. At least you know ahead of time, but still.
Just 1 minute, I think, for one of the jurors.
Judge, I need 3 hours so I can murder her in her cell. I'll be back. I'll just put all of us out of our misery and end this here. Can I get out of jury duty then? Why does my child want an Evie waffle?
Go ahead and bring the dirt back
I don't
in.
even like waffles.
I
Does it work in that direction?
I know.
You started here.
Yeah,
came to me.
yeah, I'm sure it's Tate. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, she's.
I'm on the recovery.
It's not as bad.
Y'all, your mic's on.
Whose mic's on?
Oh, the two attorneys were talking.
On openings, I did too. That was my word.
Okay.
I felt awful the night before. I was like, are you freaking kidding?
No.
I felt pretty bad. No.
Like
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too, except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Screwy. Uh-oh.
what y'all? Microphone.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358 versus Letecia Stout. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the word.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then?
About 5 till.
5 till, okay.
No.
Yeah, so everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I tell you put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was, it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun. Okay. To make sure it was in the same place.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
Mm-hmm. He maybe give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all of them when you guys, I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but you know, they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all of them too because he was like, oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about like, I'll grab a knife. That is not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never any kind of
people
counseling or anything prior to anything like that, disturbing, so nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause a problem. And I just never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something about to fighting something like you was out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. Sure. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode, and
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away.
Okay.
Okay. And he's like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert.
Gannon.
I don't generally wish
Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well, and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed. Right. You went to the new build area. You met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
The defense team
He just come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing my carpet.
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
she said I was gone when we replaced the carpet. I was gone shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
I got you. I thought you said it. I was making sure you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I just had to go Petco. I had to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just had to do that.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. There's
at some point you got gas, you went to Petco twice.
And I said Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee, yeah, Dunkin' Donuts
Mhm.
maybe. Okay. And then you get home about 2:30,
Mhm.
2:30.
Mhm.
You come in and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's gonna fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what time did Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And
right.
You go back down, another altercation happens, and whatever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So and that was probably like around 4 o'clock. Rough estimate.
What about all the Ativan you said?
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30, but it wouldn't have been after 4:45.
Not know this was happening.
Let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes.
We're able to force
to get
feed
home.
and took a bunch of Ativan.
So she hadn't.
I mean,
got home. Lena was
generally.
still
Just saying.
riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15. No later, like I said, at 4:45, because that would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Stauch. Yeah. Yeah, because Harley would have a drive Lena.
What is the you have an alarm on your house?
Mm-hmm.
What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay, to write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the
Yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Gannon's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Right, yes. That's why I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that
Eduardo.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say to make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing, and I had like washed the stuff like you and everybody. Yeah, sure.
I get it.
I had taken some of the stuff or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
yeah. Well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. And so they were like black and maybe purple or blue. Yeah, it was one of, I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. It was one of those.
And you didn't give him the alarm code, right? You just gave him the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm certain that I have set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like when
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that,
can you
use restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, seeing some people, and that's why I asked you, was it a secret, like where people would know? Because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick and then be right back. Okay?
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
So that's really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go, and she didn't say I would be. I'm sure I've been here hours, and she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental.
You want to leave? Get up and leave.
And mental health in this situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go.
That's just
it. Burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers.
Not doing that because she's not doing that. She
Right.
hasn't figured it out yet.
So it would be better to get the forensic exam done
over there, like
before you
not
shower.
Not like things. I'm not doing like as in stage and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that.
No, but they can keep no, Nancy. But they can keep her talking until she just shuts up.
But I will gladly go.
Leaving.
I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the thing done?
I didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
right?
So that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having to violate my body.
Mm-hmm.
To whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence. I know, I understand. I just said, and you said you weren't going to go over there while you're. Yeah, I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
You can.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Okay. So you tell me how to leave. Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out. Okay. Oh, hi. Said that I could go. Well, can you talk to me about what you told me I could. I know, but I'm left. I understand that. I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday, if you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired. I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for. Where do you want to? That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital, so I just don't want. What do we need to go? Am I able to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay? But like I'm hearing about a hospital. I mean, what's going on with that? This is why this is frustrating because I have already heard information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, or to have your body checked. So, right. Were you supposed to be posted? How did that happen? It happened on Monday. On Monday? What? I can't right now go through it again. I can't. Okay. So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. The chat. I haven't. You want some food? I know. What do you want to eat? Okay, she just said I could be escorted out. Okay. And I promise you have my number. I haven't not. You're done with all this? I haven't not communicated with you. I have been. Are you done with that cook? Nothing, but can I not take it? You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So okay. Okay. Hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions. Because she finished what you just said. I get that. Let's just let me double check with her. She said I could go. That she finished up the interview. Are you holding me here? I'm not holding you. If someone lost me out, you want to leave? I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally followed all your. Where do you want to go for your break? Home. I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
They're actually.
Well, I'm more than happy to
get lunch
or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave.
You
I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
Hold on, I gotta get.
That would
walking
be
a fine line.
You towards the door, so open the door. If you'd like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch.
She wants to leave, so you need to take her out because y'all are walking a fine line and are going to open this up to appeal by doing this.
Chill out. Doing this is some drink. Where do you want to go?
Hot coffee.
So am I not allowed? I'm maybe asking the question. Well,
she's been Mirandized.
So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time.
In custody.
Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something? Right. Yes, I clearly have my number. I'm not going to not answer you for anything. I'm going to answer you.
Thanks, baseball. How are you? Good. So let me talk.
Yes, unless they can get her talking again, which they may be able to do. But at that point, unless she brings up something about whatever it is they're dealing with, then
They're holding her against her will.
Yeah.
She's been Mirandized, but they're holding her. Because they're going to argue, even though she's been Mirandized, they're holding her against her will because they keep saying, like, just, yeah, you're free to leave, but hold on, let me get someone to walk you out. You're free to leave, but, and they keep dragging it out. They're going to argue a repeal that she was being detained without cause.
I don't see they at this point they don't have her under arrest. They don't have cause.
Right, and yeah, they've already Mirandized her. So anything she says
I
is
just want
still
you to-
fair game.
I get it. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room. We're on camera. Mitch Mahalto.
But she's being held against her will.
Okay.
She's
But
been
at this point in time,
Mirandized.
we had
They have
just
not. They
outside and tell me that I'm wrong.
hold her
And that you
against her
decided
will
that
right
you wish
now.
to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
You didn't ask, you took. You relinquished the party, you took it.
I kept the phone and I told you that we would be applying for a search warrant.
You're applying. I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm gonna ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant. Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
Or something beyond runaway.
Yeah, but can you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that could be something that you can bring up.
That sounds
We're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
If they
Can I
can't
use
prove
another phone?
that she did anything to the child.
There are multiple phones here.
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this. We are applying.
You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want directions. I want directions. I don't know. I want to be. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So at this point.
That would be true for a traffic stop, a Terry stop. But
Yeah, that's not this.
Yeah,
You
that's
cannot
not this.
hold somebody against their will, and they don't have probable cause for this to be custody.
Okay. So I'm going to hold you here until we get.
It is a higher standard of reasonable suspicion.
If she lawyers up, they have to stop talking to her.
So I have to like stay at the door. I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. Sure, and I just it's your.
Yeah, you do have to prove that you.
I don't care that you had the phone,
and they're not giving her.
You
phone
took it out
back.
of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have said sure. It was the way that you did. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that, and then. All I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
So, Lisa, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespect. Okay. Right? And I'm sure that, I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected. That's fine. Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. It's like, there's a couch and whatever else, or other interviewer.
What was he saying? Halo for what now?
Getting search warrant.
We're going to phone the phone.
For you.
For me, what does me do?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing you talked about there.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it. Right? I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like?
Nope.
No, my fault? No, I can't see nothing. I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is constant to.
So, yeah.
We're not telling you you can't go to the bathroom. Okay, what we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom. And I had to like hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom. I know, but I wanted to confess. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
Right now they can't.
Whatever you want from us. Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. We're telling you that you can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body. Do you want to watch it?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay?
So just
But
have a
now
seat for
they're
us and
getting
we'll be
a
back.
warrant.
Just watch me. What about like the older drinks or something?
Yeah, well, they're already downloading her
I
phone.
know.
But he
Hot
just
meal?
came in and said
Mhm.
you're not free to leave. We're getting a warrant, so.
They're calling her phone.
You need a colder bottle of water?
They're getting a warrant.
Or
for
Gatorade?
phone. They just
Are you
said they're
taking my
getting a
drink?
warrant to
No.
force her to take the SANE exam. So that she can't go home and shower.
Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call?
She
You
wants
said
her
I could
phone.
make a phone.
I told you I'm going to do that. We have. We're not asking questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I have a right to. Okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you. What? Okay, and so that is at this point in time, you're no longer.
Yep.
Please
Here
let me
you go.
explain to you. I'm sorry. Things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave. Right. And, you know, you could stop answering questions. Right. Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now, through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant. So basically, that's what it was. You want to put me there. Free to leave. Want to be escorted there. Basically, I'm not stupid. I'm very. We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and then somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
So we are going to apply for this.
I know. I said, should you just take me over? Here's the thing. Because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that option. So it's going to take a little bit longer. And right now I need you to have a seat on the couch. But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now you're being held.
Okay.
I'll be back. Somebody's dying back there, and they need to find out who's killing who.
They'll be fine.
I must now go and parent.
They'll be fine.
Can you do those questions then while we the time? Or you said something about you had questions. You've already asked for an attorney. No, I was out in the hallway. You said, "Do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff." So here's the thing. I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said. I was saying for attorney to ask them. I know, and the thing is, I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form. Right. Okay. So we're gonna hold off right now. So you're saying you don't have those questions asked me while we were sitting on at this point in time. Okay. If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
All right. We'll take our evening break if we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning. We should be able to start on time at that point.
Okay.
Again, don't discuss a case among yourself. Don't discuss a case with anyone else.
Okay, guys. We will see you. We'll see you later tonight. We'll see you at some point tomorrow. We'll see you Friday. We'll we'll be back at 10.
Everybody
have a good dinner evening.
Everybody keep an eye on the Discords because I'm going live tomorrow.
Yeah, you can. What time?
11 a.m. my time.
Yeah, 11 a.m. Croc's time on his channel. We'll figure out what time we're going to be here tomorrow later. Okay.
So
See you.
set up for the regular 7 o'clock time.
10. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good evening. I'll see you in a couple hours.
All right. Have fun.